braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her.
Drum links, 2, 3, drum links, 2, 3, wo der Platz genossen ist, weil ich heim in die Arbeit Einheitsgrund, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn.
Drum links, 2, 3, drum links, 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich heim in die Arbeit Einheitsgrund, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein.
Drum links, 2, 3, drum links, 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich heim in die Arbeit Einheitsgrund, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is the only place on the internet where we watch real leftist training and break it down so that everyone can understand what the left is doing. If you really want to know what the left is doing in the world, you don't go and read philosophy from dead people. I'm not saying that's not valuable, but if you want to know what the real leftist activists, the ones who are pushing critical race theory in schools, the ones who are pushing gender ideology in schools, the ones who are attacking parental rights, the ones who have been using environmental justice as a way to advance a far left political ideology, if you want to know what real leftist activists are doing now in the real world to subvert our way of life entirely, this is the only place on the internet where you are going to find that information. And so what we do on this show is we watch the furthest of the far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian. These are real, radical, revolutionary socialists. This is as far left as you can find. These are not Democrats. Democrats are not the same as socialists. These are not progressives. These are not liberals. These are not any of those things. In fact, even democratic socialists, real socialists, don't even believe that democratic socialists like Bernie Sanders and AOC are far left enough for them. And these are the people you might think they're just fringe and you just don't even need to worry about them because they're off in the far off corners of the internet. No. These are the people who control the universities. These are the people who teach your kids in public school. These are the people who own bookstores all over the country where they're doing leftist training, where they're offering their materials. These are people who own massive publishing houses where they're publishing all their own books. You guys think you can get a book ban to get this stuff out of schools? No, because they're publishing so many books targeted at kids. It would make your head spin. If you want to know what the real far left is doing, I will show you what the real far left is doing. And I promise you, if you show up and you just watch the training and you listen, you never have to take my word for it. I'm not one of those people on the internet that goes, pinky swear, trust me, bro, I promise. No. You can see for yourself what they say and what they think. And tonight we're going to go a little bit back into the archives. I've been doing a lot of really contemporary stuff that's happened in the past couple of months. I want to go back into the archives tonight because we are about to head out of June. It is mind-boggling to me that June is over. Like, where has the year gone? I always have a perpetual list of 87 things on my wall that I want to get done. And that list generally is actually even longer than 87 things now. And I feel like I've accomplished nothing and the year is almost over. But tonight we are going back into the archives and we are going to be watching. Wait. No, bot, it's June. What are you talking about? It is June. I'm looking at my calendar right now, bot. Don't confuse me. Tonight we're going back into the archives and we're going to watch something that I've actually wanted to watch for a while. I've had it on the list to watch for a while. It's about 3 years old though, so I was kind of putting it off. I'm like, it's old. It's 3 years old. I don't want to watch it. It's 3 years old. But I did want to watch it at some point. And I think tonight is a perfect night to do it, to celebrate the end of Pride Month. We're going to go back into the archives and we are going to watch Transgender Marxism with one of our favorite anarcho-communist queer activists, Jules Joanne Gleason. Jules Joanne Gleason was one of the editors of the book Transgender Marxism along with Ella O'Rourke. And this was actually around the book, the launch of the book Transgender Marxism. And so this is almost 2 hours of discussion about transgender Marxism. Now, don't be confused. Don't be confused. I know that people are very confused about the difference between trans and queer, and some people think that all trans people are queer and all queer people are trans. No. That's not what it is. They're using the term transgender, but they don't actually mean trans as in transition from man to woman or woman to man. They're using it in the way that they want to transcend gender or transform gender. Really, if it had been properly titled, it would be called queer Marxism, because that is how they're using it. But of course, socialists like to use language to confuse people, and so we just have to mitigate that. But we all know what they really mean. Naruto says the Revolutionary Communists of America put out a video about how to build a communist cell. Well, we'll have to take a look at that. You know, we should probably revisit them. I'm a little skittish about the Revolutionary Communists of America because they like it too much when I give them publicity. But we might have to revisit that. You know, it's a good thing to keep an eye on them. I do think they're one of the most productive far leftist organizations in the game. Has anyone tried to do white people Marxism? Well, whiteness means capitalism. So no, there would no there Taylor, I keep trying to tell you this. Like most Marxists are white. Most Marxists, if you go to Marxist events, they look like me. They're lily white. No, they're not Jewish. No, I mean, there are onesies and twosies that are Jewish. I'm not going to say there's no Jewish people there, but most of them are Aryan, bro. Most of them are of European descent. It's just the way it goes. We're going to put that on the side for right now because that's not what we're talking about tonight. Okay. We are going to be watching this 2-hour transgender Marxism documentary, and we're just going to give people a minute to come in. Guys, please do make sure you mount the like button for me. Per usual, there is a shocking disparity between the number of people who are currently watching and the people who have mounted the like button. So please go ahead and do that. I want to welcome back Jeremiah. Jeremiah says, I have my socialism cheat sheet ready for quick reference. And actually, it's funny because yesterday I had a little chat with Jeremiah offline, and we're glad to welcome Jeremiah into our community. And Jeremiah actually started watching the 4-hour How to Speak Socialism crash course that I do have over on the Substack, Carlin, KARLYN.substack.com. And he said to me, Carlin, I wish I had started here. And I was like, bro, I wish you had started there too. If you are new to socialism, if you find yourself overwhelmed by the content that we are watching on the video today, you're going to want to head over to the Substack and watch the How to Speak Socialism live class. Yes, it's 4 hours of time, and I understand that, and that's a long time. But if you want to get up to speed very, very quickly, this is basically a series of clips from all of the leftist training that we've been watching over the last 3.5 years that tell you exactly what the word means, that tells you all the most important points that we want to get across. And so that resource is always available. It is completely free for everyone. And you can find that over on the Substack, Carlin, KARLYN.substack.com. And right now it's even on the homepage. If you go to the homepage, it's right over here, the 4-hour crash course. It also exists in the How to Speak Socialist section, right up pinned to the very top. So you can always find it there. And that is a free resource that is available for everyone. And if you enjoy it, please share it out with people. It is very important to me that people understand the language, understand what the words really mean when they show up in the world, because we've seen this time and time and time again. Once people understand how to speak socialist, you start seeing this stuff show up everywhere, and you start realizing how pervasive the problem really is. And it really does change the way you look at the world. And the best part of it is, once you learn the language and you learn how to identify it in the real world, you become inoculated to it. You know when they're trying to trick you. You know when they're trying to do something that is not above board. You know exactly what the tactics are. You know exactly what the goals are. And you can pick it up based on subtle language cues that you wouldn't have been able to pick up before. We have many people in my chat that have been watching Socialism with me for years that say the same thing. And people always ask, what do we do with this, Carlin, once we learn how to speak the language? And I keep telling people, you will know what to do when you become fluent in the language. And time again, people have said that that is the truth, and people can confirm in the chat, at least on YouTube, that that is the truth. And you guys can feel free to speak up if you want and let people know, once you learn how to speak the language, it changes everything. While we're waiting for people to come in, I do have a couple other orders of business that I want to talk about. I have a couple announcements. Okay, I have a couple of announcements. And I'm sorry, it's not related to social, but it's been a crazy effing week. It has, I mean, legitimately just been like one of the most insane weeks that I've had probably in a long time. So excuse me taking a point of personal privilege, but I have a couple announcements I want to make. The first announcement I want to make is that I got to give a shout out to Josh Randall. I do. Josh Randall came into my chat yesterday and he was like, Carlin, why don't you make up with big tech? And I said, I've been trying to make up with big tech for days, and he keeps throwing me under the bus on his streams. And then Josh Randall was like, why don't we talk afterwards? And so Josh Randall and I actually got on like a 2-hour Discord call where, like, he's actually a good guy. I like Josh Randall. I mean, we had a great conversation, honestly. Like, he really, Josh Randall wanted to play couples counselor between me and big tech. And so he ended up haranguing big tech to come and have a 3-way Discord call with the three of us, which at first there was yelling. And at first there was, I think deliberate misunderstandings on both of our parts. But you do have to give Josh Randall credit. Josh Randall played couples counselor. I can't believe this is my life. And eventually, Big Tech and I were able to have a conversation with each other in which, we both, I think, mutually decided that we are done. We don't want drama anymore. We don't actually hate each other. Like, on a good day, maybe we even enjoy each other. Maybe not every day we enjoy each other, but on a good day we do. And so we want the tension to stop. We want it done. It's going to be no more public bullshit. Okay? And I know that my audience, you guys are not the biggest fans of him right now because you think I was in some sort of abusive relationship with him. And what I will say is that, I'm not the biggest fan of the things he's said and done in the past couple of weeks. But I also don't want to exist in a place where I'm holding those things against him forever. And so I'm going to ask everyone to just let it go. Listen, I know some people are offended on my behalf at some of the things that he said. I get it. But really, they were targeted at me. And so if I can let this go and I can say I would just rather move on and have cordial relations and be able to just to chill and to be and to not have any drama or bullshit or any of that, then you guys can too. No. This is not an infiltration thing. Listen, I mean, regardless of what people think and regardless of anything that he's said online, he and I actually have had good conversations with each other. And I think that he and I have some things in common that I think we don't have in common with many other people. And so this isn't about infiltration. I do actually just enjoy the guy, and whether or not he admits it, I think he likes me too. And so, things spiraled out of control. And sometimes that happens on the internet. And this also doesn't change how I feel about the Groypers, by the way. I am not choosing between Big Tech and the Groypers. I won't do it. I like and appreciate the Groypers. I want to be friends with them. I want to have a relationship with them. I like and appreciate him. And I want to be able to interact with him too. And everyone's just going to put down their sword and stop making people choose, okay? So I just wanted to let people know that we're all moving on now, and it's my hope that maybe if things de-escalate and we just chill out for a bit, then maybe we can even someday dare to dream get back into a place where we can be like civil with each other and all that stuff. And that honestly is what I want. I want to be able to have good conversations with him again, not conversations that are fighting and bitter and sniping and all those things. That's not what I want. So I appreciate you guys' understanding with that. Thank you, Josh Randall. We will honor the truce. Okay, everyone's going to honor the truce. Everyone's going to be nice. All right, I appreciate it. Next update. Well, the other crazy thing that happened this week is that there was a defector that I had a 2-hour conversation with who told me that, and the defector was from a group that, I mean, and people who've been around for a while know this. I did a couple streams about this week. There has been a group of people that has been openly harassing me and stalking me and defaming me and trying to turn everyone against me literally for years. And I've been dealing with this problem. I'm not going to go into all the details. I've done that in other streams earlier this week, but I do just want to, well, you guys, I'm not telling you guys that you can't go after big tech. I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying that I don't want my audience to do it on my behalf. I'm not going to get it. Listen, Taylor, I'm not going to get into the middle of whatever is going on with big tech and the groypers. I'm really not. If you guys want to go at him, like, that's fine. I'm not going to tell you not to do it. I'm just saying I don't want my audience doing it on behalf of me. Okay. But you guys can do whatever you want. Like, I'm just not going to get in the middle of it. Okay. That's my feeling. I want to like everyone. Okay. Thank you. Anyway, back to this. So this week there was a defector from the group that was they were plotting every day to openly harass me. And I had a 2-hour phone call with that person. And on that phone call, that person said, Carlin, I once had a conversation with them where I asked them, when are they going to stop harassing you? And the answer was they were trying to harass me so badly in public that I killed myself, that I unalived I already said that they wanted me to off myself. That was the stated goal. And I just want to show this to people. If people doubt that this is actually the thing, this is the person that was leading the harassment. This is the person that for years I said was leading the harassment. He was leading the harassment because he fell in love with me. He confessed he was in love with me on an unrecorded Zoom call twice. I tried to mitigate the situation and said, I really care about you, but I'm not leaving my husband for you. He had a psychological snap. And then he began a years-long harassment campaign where he coordinated with other people on the internet to make my life different. Yes, this is real. They wanted me to die. Yes, this is real. I got confirmation of this week. So just in case anyone is confused about this, just in case anyone thinks that this is something that's being made up, here is something he tweeted 2 days before I talked to the defector. This is something because his whole thing was he was telling other people that I was the abuser, that I was the aggressor, all because I said I wouldn't leave my husband for him. And because he has spent years framing me as the aggressor and me as the abuser, look what he says. One day your abuser will die. And he says, not a day too soon. So if anyone needed any more confirmation that what the defector this week told me was true, he literally tweeted this 2 days before I talked to the defector. So I just want people to think about that. This is real. Listen, internet games are one thing where, like, the thing that Big Tech and I were doing, that's one thing. That like, there was never a moment where I actually wanted him to experience like lasting harm, and I would bet all the money in my bank account. It's the same thing with him. He didn't want me to experience like lasting harm or anything like that. This is just like internet banter. With this one, and with the people who, and I'll tell you who their names are. It was Kieran White, Carrie Smith, Deb Philman, and Mike Harlow. The reason that James Lindsay thinks I'm a narcissist, and we're going to talk about that in a second. The reason that James Lindsay thinks I'm a narcissist is because of them. Because Deb Philman told him that I am. And Deb Philman lied to him and swore up and down Carlin is a narcissistic abuser. This is different. These people actually wanted me to unalive myself. And it's like when stuff like this happens, and they basically are saying this in public, this is a confession, guys. And 2 days after he tweeted this, someone came to me that used to work with them and said exactly that same thing. When he asked, when are you going to stop harassing Carlin? The answer was, when she is dead. So I want people to think about that. And I like, this is like, I was saying this was happening for years. People called me crazy. People said I had a personality disorder. People, and to this day, people think I'm insane from what they did to me. And so the truth was bound to come out eventually. I'm sure more of the truth will come out as time goes on. But if anyone doubted that what I said happened actually happened, all you need to do is look at his Twitter account, and he's got the confession right there. And that leads me to my third thing before we get started. Oh, James Lindsay. James Lindsay. Let me put this in the chat. So this week, James Lindsay has proven to us that he is so desperate for people to not see Socialism Saturday. Isn't this sad and pathetic? Listen, man, I used to love James Lindsay. Way back in 2020, he woke me up to a lot of stuff. I thought he was a great teacher. I spent money on his books. I spent money on his workshop, all that stuff. Then I stopped listening to him because I didn't want him to influence my point of view on the socialism stuff. I wanted to be able to do my own research and come to my own conclusions. What a crazy thing. And I've been saying for a while now, James Lindsay is taking my talking points. We know James Lindsay is watching me, and we know he's taking my talking points because he's using them. We've been saying for a while now that James Lindsay was trying to prevent people from seeing my work, because when you see my work, it negates the things that James Lindsay is saying. Well, James Lindsay has now given us absolute, unequivocal confirmation that he is openly engaging in cancellation efforts to prevent people from watching this very stream. He does not want people to watch Socialism Saturday. Let me show you what happened in case you missed it. And this is over on my Substack again, carlin.substack.com. It is the article on the main page right now. Confirmed James Lindsay wants my work canceled. Let me show you explicitly what happened. And this is important, guys. You might think this is internet drama, but why does James Lindsay not want people to watch leftist training? Why does James Lindsay not want people to see what goes on these streams? He claims to want to beat the left. He claims to know everything about the left. If he really knew everything about the left and was the best teacher of what the left is doing in the world, why would he be so afraid of people watching a stream where all we're doing is watching leftist training and breaking it down? But you can see here, what happened this week is this woman named Melanie Bennett. Last week, Melanie watched Socialism Saturday with the Ginger Dragon, Sophie Lewis. I've been the only person covering Sophie Lewis for 2 years. I have done more in-depth reporting on abolish the family activism than anyone else on the internet for 2 years. I have a massive archive on this channel, on the YouTube channel, of hundreds of hours of abolish the family content that we've watched. I've been putting out clips like this for years. Every time I sent one of these clips to James Lindsay before he blocked me on Twitter, he refused to share them. Well, now we know that he uses people like Melanie Bennett. Melanie Bennett has been actually using my talking points for months. And I knew that. I had heard her doing it on more than one occasion. Last week, Melanie Bennett watched Socialism Saturday secretly with all of us. And then immediately after Socialism Saturday, she started lifting clips, the exact same things that I was clipping on the stream, and putting them out on Twitter. And then guess what she did? She sent them to James Lindsay to share. And all of a sudden, this content that I've been reporting on for 2 years, all of a sudden, this becomes important because it's not coming from me. Do you guys see how fucked up this is? I used to think that if I just kept my head down and I found the stuff no one else was finding, I have to spend hours digging for this content to find it. I used to think if I just did that, people wouldn't be able to deny the power of the stuff that I was finding that no one else does. No, what they do is if they don't like me, they just find someone to steal my stuff and post it for them, and then they share the third person. So they're shitting on hours and hours of unique research that goes into this. Melanie Bennett doesn't know how to source these clips. James Lindsay doesn't know how to source these clips. There is no conservative influencer on the internet that knows how to source these clips. I know how to source these clips because I've been doing it for 3 years. So now they've decided their best strategy to prevent people from coming to this stream and watching this training and getting these breakdowns is that they're going to have other people watch my streams, steal my content that they did not put the work in to find on their own and post it. And then they pretend that person found the content. Well, when I saw this, I said, Melanie, did you tune into Socialism Saturday perchance? And Melanie admitted flat out, this one was picked up from listening to your show. Yes, I didn't think it would get picked up the way it did. I should probably add a tag next time. Well, why couldn't she have just added a tag that time? Why couldn't she have just replied to the tweet with a link to the Socialism Saturday stream to say, here's where I got the clip from. You can find a full breakdown of the training here. Why couldn't that have just happened? In an adult world, that's exactly what would happen. I never deny credit to people, guys. If someone else is doing something on my channel, I have a whole wonderful community of people who dig for this stuff with me. I never deny someone credit. In fact, I go out of my way to say, Stony Baloney did this, Mizakan did this, Bot did this, Reagan did this, Sin did this. If I'm taking from smaller creators than me, I go out of my way to Stu Studio. We've watched Stu Studio countless times on this channel. We found Stu Studio when he was much smaller than he is now. We were crediting him every single time because my goal is actually just to get this content in front of people. My goal has always been to support people who are doing this because I know how hard it is. And we all should be working together. We all should be helping each other. But no, that's not the game that Melanie Bennett's playing. Maybe she did it in the past, but now she's not doing it. And I just want to be clear about this. This is a DM that someone had that they sent me with Melanie. I just want to be crystal clear that Melanie openly admits that she was following my work. This is what she had to say about me in a private DM that someone sent me after all this kicked off. I learned a lot from her. She described a lot of what I'm seeing on the ground here. Summarily to her, I'm more interested in what's happening in reality versus theory. I don't buy the religion stuff because that's not how it's described by the ideologies themselves. I started reading the school stuff and was stumped for a while and figuring it out what it all meant until Carlin opened the proverbial box. This is what Melanie Bennett had to say about me before James Lindsay started sending her to steal my content so that he could share it through her instead of just supporting what I'm doing. So a funny thing happened after this. And, you can see here that I asked Melanie for a credit and she said, oh, maybe next time I'll give you a credit. She could have just done it that time. But a funny thing happened. Not the Bee, which is the real news version of the Babylon Bee. Not the Bee picked up the clip. And then my audience was like, where's the credit to Carlin? And my audience started going into the replies of the Babylon Bee saying, here's where the clip came from. Here's where the clip came from. Here's where the clip came from. And just posting the link to Socialism Saturday. Well, Not the Bee, and we celebrated this at the time, Not the Bee eventually picked this up and added the Socialism Saturday to the article. So this is all Not the Bee did. They updated the article they did about this clip and they said, here is a video from Carlin Borisenko with a link to my Twitter reacting to this nonsense. Now, I wasn't reacting to this nonsense. I did a full 4-hour breakdown on that speech where we dissected every part of it. It's one of the best Abolish the Family trainings I've ever done. It was if you missed last week's Socialism Saturday, it was awesome. So I was actually really pleased. I was like, holy shit, Not the Bee put a link to my Socialism Saturday in their article. This is great. I was really happy about this. And then what happened next? Check this out. Not the Bee tweets out, the article has been updated to link to Carlin's video directly. Sorry it took us a little bit to update this, but we appreciate all of you bringing it to our attention. And that was all that happened. Everything was fine. The only thing that happened was my link got added to that article. James Lindsay wasn't even mentioned in any of this. And then all of a sudden, James Lindsay comes into the comments on Not the Bee out of nowhere and says, you got struggled by an abusive narcissist cult. Reach out. We'll talk. Advise removing the link. You don't owe the internet a finder's fee. So James Lindsay thinks that everyone who watches my content is in a cult. James Lindsay thinks anyone who supports my content is in a cult. James Lindsay thinks anyone who shares my content is in a cult. And James Lindsay is openly, in public, telling major publications that they should remove any mention of me at all by diagnosing me with a personality disorder that I don't have. And this is the second personality disorder James Lindsay's diagnosed me with. The first time he said I had borderline personality disorder. He's tweeted that multiple times to his 500,000 followers. The second time, he's now saying I have narcissistic personality disorder. Which is it, James? Am I borderline or am I a narcissist? Which personality disorder do I have? Does everyone in my audience have a personality disorder too? Am I just some evil? Do I actively control everything everyone in my audience says and does? As a paid supporter of Carlin, I feel like they are stealing from those who pay you to do I feel like they are stealing from those who pay you to do research and share it with us. Yeah, I think that that's true. I think that's true too. James Lindsay, and this is actually very true. When you guys support the work I'm doing on the Substack or through Super Chats or through anything else like this, you guys are paying for my time. You're paying for my time. You're paying for me to have the time to research. You're paying for me to have the time to write. You're paying for me to have the time to do these streams with you where we spend hours breaking this stuff down. You are paying for this research to be done. And I feel like I create significantly more content than James Lindsay does. I do this stuff 6 days a week because you guys allow me to do it with your support. James Lindsay is trying to steal from you. James Lindsay is trying to shit on all of your contributions. James Lindsay not only does he not want you to support this work, he doesn't even want you to know it exists. Why doesn't he want you to know it exists? Because when people find my work, they tend to learn really quickly that James Lindsay is lying to them. Oh, wait, Melanie put out a correction today on something else. So Melanie knows how to issue corrections. Melanie's just not inclined to do it when she's stealing my work to support James Lindsay. Isn't that funny? So Not the Bee did end up bending the knee to James Lindsay's struggle session. They actually removed the clip from their article and they just put my name in it, which I guess is fine. But wouldn't it have been better if Not the Bee had linked to a 4-hour breakdown teaching people what that speech said? Because that one clip that Melanie posted wasn't even the best clip in the entire video. Wasn't even the best clip in the video. So they bent the knee to James Lindsay. And I just want to, and I followed up in a DM conversation with Not the Bee, and what Not the Bee told me was that I was being dramatic, and I was the one forcing a struggle session on them because my supporters replied to them saying, Carlin deserves a credit for this. Carlin deserves a credit for this. Here's the link. Here's the link. Here's the link. Not the Bee is basically pissed off because my supporters said, why aren't you crediting the source of this? So James Lindsay, according to Not the Bee, is not struggle sessioning them when he comes in and diagnoses me with a personality disorder that I don't have and demands that they remove a link to a 4-hour training breakdown about what abolish the family really is. James Lindsay's not struggle sessioning them, but according to Not the Bee, I am when people say, why aren't you crediting where this came from? Which Melanie openly admitted that she got it from me. There is no. So I think the receipts are pretty clear. And just to make sure everyone's really on the same page, I want to just play a quick clip from this video that we record that is out there on the internet about James Lindsay. I found this video. Someone recorded a talk that James Lindsay gave on April 27th. This was not an official recording. It was someone recording on their cell phone. I just want to play you this clip really quickly so you can hear James admit directly he steals other people's work all the time. And after we do this, we'll get into the main show, but I really want to put a fine point on this. James Lindsay openly admits he steals people's work all the time.
I steal from people all the time. I'm as bad as Claudia.
What? Excuse me, what? I steal from people all the time. I'm as bad as Claudine Gay, is what he's about to say. Oops, James. Oops. Sometimes doing an extemporaneous speech where you don't script it beforehand leads you to saying the quiet part out loud. What was that? What was that? What, James?
Podcast is getting downloaded 10 million times because I thought it was profound. So you don't know where your message is going to get and where it's not going to get. I steal from people all the time. 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 I'm as bad as Claudine Gay.
And if I kept that clip going, you would have heard James use words that I use on almost every episode of Socialism Saturday, point blank. If you want to watch the full clip, I showed it on a stream earlier this week. I've also previously presented that on the channel. But I want to be really clear. When James Lindsay says you don't owe the internet a finder's fee, what he means is James Lindsay is perfectly fine with me spending hours and hours and hours of my time digging through the bowels of the internet to find these presentations. James Lindsay is perfectly okay with me going undercover at events to record things that no one else is doing. James Lindsay is perfectly fine with me spending probably 4 hours tonight on a Socialism Saturday stream showing you this stuff and breaking it all down. And then he is perfectly fine with sending people to come in and steal my work so that he can share it without crediting the original source that it came from. He feels entitled to do this. And if he's doing it with me, that means he's doing it with other people too. I've been doing this a long time. You do not get rich talking about socialism and leftist content on the internet. And maybe it's just me, but I find it personally offensive that someone with an account with 500,000 followers that reaches millions of people every single day would shit on the people that are doing the type of research that he does not want to do. James Lindsay does not do what I do. James Lindsay has no idea who these activists are. James Lindsay has never covered Abolish the Family content. Even Grok, the AI tool, knows that I have covered more queer Marxism than James Lindsay has. I understand queer Marxism at a more in-depth level than James Lindsay does, and he is actively trying to prevent people from seeing this content, but has no problem finding ways to steal it because no one owes the internet a finder's fee. James Lindsay feels entitled to other people's work. He feels entitled to other people's time. He thinks that everyone should be kissing his ass and kissing the ring and just bending the knee to whatever bullshit he wants. And that is why he openly struggle sessioned Not the Bee to get them to remove a link to a 4-hour breakdown of the Abolish the Family content that no one else on the internet is covering but me. And James can pretend he thinks I have a personality disorder all he likes, but if James actually, and he can pretend that anyone who watches my content is in a cult and you're all mesmerized by me. I have you under some sort of hypnotic spell with my charisma and charm. Yeah, is that what's going on? But the real fact is that James is terrified of my content because I'm a better teacher than he is. My audience understands more than his does, and he knows it. And I have no doubt, guys, that if we just keep putting it out there, if we keep sharing this stuff, if we keep making sure people know that this content is available, more and more people are going to leave James Lindsay's group and they're going to come over here. And when they come over here, they're going to see what's really going on. Because I'm telling you, I literally get comments like this all the time. I've listened to James for the last 2 years. I really thought the Gnostic global cult was real. It only took you a week to fix that. And the reason it took me 1 week to fix that is I show you what real leftists are talking about in the real world, and I just break down the language and you can see it for yourself. Once you can see it for yourself and you can understand the language for yourself, you do not need to buy James's books. So, if you want my work out there, guys, I need your help. I need your support. I need everyone to be sharing my work, and if you can financially support it, please do head over to the Substack, Carlyn, Karlyn, .substack.com. Please consider signing up for a membership for $8 a month or $80 a year. I am 100% grassroots funded. James is funded by Moms for Liberty and Turning Point USA and all these other big-time conservative money machines. I will never sell out. I will never sell out to the political establishment. I was in the political establishment in 2020, and then I told them to go screw. I will never sell out. My only job is to tell you the truth. My only job is to show you the receipts, and then you get to decide for yourself what you think. But in order to do that, I do need your help in terms of funding this work, because James has now made it obvious that he is going to do whatever he can to shut me up and to prevent people from seeing this. Where is the preferred place to support? My Substack. If you are on my Substack, $8 a month, $80 a year. If you want to donate more through my Substack in terms of there is a higher level membership you can buy, you can do that. You can also head over to activelyunwoke.com/support and make a one-time gift there. And you can send in some super chats. Super chats are great. You can do that. If you want to support my work in different ways, I'm going to start putting my stuff out there for supporting more. I know I don't always do that as much, but my real goal is I want to get as many people in the Substack as possible. That is the best place to do it. And again, $8 a month, $80 a year, guys, like really does just keep me in business. So that is what I would like. And I do appreciate it. And I just want to remind everyone that as part of your perks, we do have supporter perks to include 2 Zoom calls with me every single week on Monday and Wednesday. And we do movie night on Sundays in my supporter Discord, where you have to be a supporter to get access to it. Tomorrow night, we are watching Invasion of the Body Snatchers in honor of Donald Sutherland, one of the greatest actors of our time. He's put out some amazing work, but one of my favorite movies is Invasion of the Body Snatchers. If you've never seen Invasion of the Body Snatchers, you probably still know of this iconic image. And I'm telling you, this is not just a good old alien movie, guys. This is a movie that is hyper relevant to the world we're in today. So come join us tomorrow night, 8 p.m. in the supporter Discord to watch Invasion of the Body Snatchers, and how you get into that is I will be sending out a newsletter tomorrow through the Substack. It's called the Unwoke Roundup. It will be going out tomorrow afternoon. It will have a link to the supporter Discord. And so all supporters will be able to join the supporter Discord tomorrow. Come join us for movie night at 8 p.m. And we do movie trivia. We do music related to the movie. It really is a kind of fun time. So I hope to see you guys tomorrow. And that's it. That's it. Those are all my orders of business. So what I need everyone to do now, before we get into transgender Marxism, what I need everyone to do now is I need everyone to mount the like button for me. Mounting the like button lets YouTube know to actually recommend my content. I need everyone to make sure they are subscribed to the channel if they are not already. And we are hunkering down for 2 hours almost of transgender Marxism. So if you need a drink or a snack, now is the perfect time to go and get your drink and a snack. And so is there anyone here that's new? Is there anyone that's new in the chat? We always have to do this. If you are new, welcome. We're glad you're here. If you're new and you're scared to admit it, don't be scared. I like new people. Here's the thing, guys. The reason that we watch leftist trainings is that we want to be able to learn the language that they're talking. They may sound like they are speaking English. They are not speaking English. They are speaking a language called socialist. They may use the same vocabulary as us. They do not use the same dictionary as us. The purpose of watching this training is to understand what they think, what they believe, how they see the world. They have fundamentally different values than you do. If you do not understand your enemy, you cannot defeat them. What we will be doing in this training is we will be listening to what they're saying. We will be pausing to break down the language. If you have questions about it, please make sure you chat them in. Either I will answer it or someone in the chat will answer it that's been watching socialism with me a long time. If you feel overwhelmed by the language, then you're in exactly the right place. Most people, when they first start doing this, feel overwhelmed. They don't understand what's going on. It can be a little frightening. Don't worry. We're going to get you through it. And please resist the urge to debunk. Please resist it. I know that we could pause every couple of minutes and say, that idea is crazy and that won't work and that's not the right definition of it. We do not debunk on this channel. The reason we don't debunk is not that we can't. It's that every minute we spend debunking is a minute that we don't spend understanding them. Debunking has never solved this problem. It has never changed anything. And so it's kind of like the very definition of insanity, to keep debunking over and over and over and over and over again and expecting different results. I do not want anyone debunking. I will tell you to stop if you do it. I know sometimes the urge is strong, the struggle is real, but we have got to understand that these people do see the world in a fundamentally different way than we do. Last thing is I have 2 rules of the chat. Number 1, don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult members of my audience. I can do whatever I want because you are in my house. You have to think of this as you are in a classroom. This is not a stream where you're shitposting. There are people here who want to learn. You are in a classroom. I am the teacher of the classroom. You are a student in the classroom. That means that what I say goes. And if you don't like it, you don't have to be here. Just get up and leave. But if you start making nonsense in my chat, if you start insulting me, if you start insulting other people, if you start going off topic, if you start shitposting, I'm going to tell you to cut that shit out. And if you don't cut the shit out, you're going to be removed. And that's just going to be the way it is. Number 2, no whining. I don't want to hear it. I don't care about your feelings. What I care about is that you learn. That is what I am trying to do. I am on all of your sides. I want you to learn as much as you can. But if you start shitposting or you start arguing with me, then I'm going to do what I think is required to get you to learn, or at least to shut you up so that other people can learn despite whatever distractions taking place. All right. There are a lot of people here who take this seriously. And that doesn't mean we can't have fun. We do have fun. We joke, especially make fun of the socialists. That's fine, whatever. But just keep in mind, our primary goal here is to learn, and I will rule this chat with an iron fist to make sure we have an environment that allows people to concentrate and focus on what's going on. All right, guys, let's get this party started.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this evening's event. My name's Chris Brown, and I'm here on behalf of Pluto Press. As you know, we're here to launch Transgender Marxism, which is edited by Jules Joanne Gleason and Elle O'Rourke. I think it's fair to say that this has been one of our most highly anticipated books of the year so far. So we're really, really very excited to be launching it today. If you haven't already got yourself a copy of the book, then you can, of course, do so. And you can go to plutobooks.com. There's a 30% discount if you use the coupon TGM.
Listen, I literally just told you guys to stop doing this. Literally just said this 2 minutes ago. Guys, if these people are really crazy, then what does that say about you? If you are really losing to a bunch of crazy people that need to be in an asylum, then what does that say about you? These people are not crazy. These people see the world in a fundamentally different way than you do. And every time you guys dismiss this as mental illness, you are only proving that you don't understand who they are. Don't do that.
30 at the checkout. And we'll put details of that offer in the live chat in just a minute. So we've got a fantastic lineup on the panel today, and I'm going to be handing over to Juliet Jakes, who's chairing the discussion today, in just a minute. But before I do that, there's just a couple of bits of housekeeping to go over. So firstly, there is going to be a Q&A as part of today's discussion. If you've got
Yeah, Beth, this was the book that we both bought that we swore up and down like a year. We bought this book like a year ago, Beth, and we were like, we're going to read Transgender Marxism. And then I got through the introduction, and I don't know how far you got, Beth, but I only got through the introduction. I do still have it, though. We probably should actually read it, but yeah.
Question that you want to put to any of our panelists, then please just write it down in the YouTube live chat, and we'll be forwarding that on to them throughout the course of the event. Lastly, if you want to find out about any of our other upcoming live stream events, then please do firstly subscribe to our YouTube channel. This event is also being brought to you as part of Radical May, which is an international multilingual program of roundtables, talks and debates with some of the world's leading radical thinkers. So if you head over to radicalmay.com, then you can find out more details about some of the other fantastic events that are still taking place over the next few days. So I think that's everything from me. So thanks to you all again for joining us. It's going to be a fantastic event this evening, I'm sure. It's my great pleasure now to hand over to Juliet to get us underway. So Juliet, over to you.
Great. Thanks, Chris. And thank you, everyone, for being with us here.
Julia.
Tonight for the launch of Transgender Marxism. I feel like I've been waiting my whole life just for these two words to be put together, let alone put together in a book, and let alone in a book that is so astonishingly wide-ranging in its scope, both in terms of the ideas it's dealing with and the styles in which it's dealt with. There's a mixture of conversations and essays, aphorisms, lots of really, really interesting approaches to the subject matter here. And that idea of an approach to the subject matter is really important, because what I think transgender Marxism does, which you could maybe argue shouldn't be revolutionary, but I think absolutely is, it provides a very thorough and a very concrete example into the material conditions under which trans and non-binary people live now, all across the world. I think another thing that's really strong about this book is its international scope. There are contributions covering Brazil, the United Kingdom, the US, and various other places across the world. And global inequality is something that is very much addressed in this book and considered very intelligently throughout. I think the book is a real landmark in closing down some of the distance that has emerged between trans movements and socialism. This old left precept that politics to do with identity is somehow not relevant, or something that will be addressed after the revolution. And also it's a way of kind of not even short-circuiting, but just finding a different paradigm to a lot of the really quite tiresome and circular conversations about trans issues that have been taking place, I think, particularly in the British media, and I think elsewhere as well, particularly the British media, around the validity of trans identities. This book is really moving beyond this liberal idea of being trans as something that, as that term implies, that you are, that is immutable. And it's not so much that the book is
wait. The book works beyond the idea, the liberal notion that being trans is just who you are. I need to listen to that again. Really moving beyond this liberal idea that like what normal trans people will tell you, like someone like Mark Meets World or like Buck Angel or Blair White, what normal trans people will tell you is that I have gender dysphoria, my brain developed differently. I treat my gender dysphoria by transitioning visibly to the opposite gender. So Mark Meets World is a trans man. We love Mark. And is against transing kids, which is how I met him. He's like he's an activist against that stuff. Mark was born a woman, transitioned to be a man, and just says, I have gender dysphoria and living as a man is how I treat that condition. Buck Angel says the same thing, right? Born a woman, transitioned to be a man, but doesn't ever deny being a woman, right? That is what they're calling the liberal idea of like, you're just born this way, your brain develops differently, and then in order to treat that abnormality in your brain, you choose to live this way because it makes your dysphoria go away, makes you feel better. Now, people might not agree with that, but like we need to distinguish between what normal trans people are talking about and what the Marxists are talking about, the queer Marxists are talking about in this book. Because what they're saying is being trans is not just about, being who you are. That's an innately liberal idea. Let's listen again.
Trans issues that have been taking place, I think, particularly in the British media and I think elsewhere as well, particularly the British media, around the validity of trans identities. This book is really moving beyond this liberal idea of being trans as something that, as that term implies, that you are. That
this book is moving beyond the liberal idea that being trans is just something you are, that is innate to your being. So when they say that being trans is innate to who you are, they're talking about people like Buck Angel. They're talking about people like Mark Meets World, who are just like, this is just how I was born, and my brain has an abnormality, and so I'm transitioning in order to fix the abnormality. Yeah, so bro, relax, settle down. You're gonna see a lot crazier stuff tonight. Just settle down. So they're calling that a liberal idea. Does everyone hear that? So if being trans is not, yes, Jeremiah, yes, exactly. Because this book was not properly titled. This book should have been titled Queer Marxism, not Transgender Marxism. What they're talking about is queer Marxism. The reason they titled the book Transgender Marxism is they are trying to get people to think that all transgender people should innately be queer. And that's just not true. Queer is not about being trans. Queer is not about being gay. Queer is about a far left political ideology. Anyone can be queer. All you need to do is say that you're queer. You can be a straight, cis, white man and say, I'm queer, and you will be queer, because it is only about the adherence to a far left political ideology. And they're saying it right off the bat, that the idea of just being a normal trans person is a liberal idea that this book is trying to transcend. Does everyone hear this? Is this confusing for anyone? Let's listen again, and I'm going to let it play. And if anyone has questions, please let me know.
That have been taking place, I think, particularly in the British media and I think elsewhere as well, particularly the British media, around the validity of trans identities. This book is really moving beyond this liberal idea of being trans as something that, as that term implies, that you are, that is immutable. And it's not so much that the book is arguing against that position, but it's much more looking at how trans people, trans lives, as well as trans identities are something that we do and have done to us by a transphobic society.
Trans identities are something that we do and have done to us by a transphobic society. Think about that. Trans identities are something that we do. What she means by what they them means by that is that trans identities are something that they perform in society. This is about performativity. This is Judith Butler. They're saying trans is a performance. It's not something that you innately are. That the idea that someone is innately trans is a liberal idea. And remember, don't get it twisted. These people are not liberals. These people do not like liberals. When they say it's a liberal idea, they're not saying it's a good thing. They're saying it's a bad thing. And thus, if you can perform that, you can perform anything. And if you don't buy into the performance, if you don't affirm the performance, that is considered to be transphobia. Does everyone understand this?
And something that actually...
Just to make sure I'm following, this is the presenter's viewpoint. Nope. No. Never, ever, 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 ever assume that the things that you are seeing in this video are just the point of view of one person. Remember, you're relatively new here. We've been watching this content for 3 years. These people are incredibly consistent. They mirror each other. If we come across something, Jeremiah, that is unique, that is not something that we usually hear, that is outside of the trend of what we hear, I will tell you. I am not telling you that right now because this isn't the point of view of just one person in one presentation that just happens to be presenting. They all believe this. This is a cult. Trust me, bro. I will be the first person to say that's not something we usually hear, or most people don't think that, or that's unique. I haven't heard that before. I'll be the first person to say that. But do not ever make the assumption that this is just one crazy person on the fringe. The things that you are seeing in this presentation are reflective of what they all believe. Yep. All of the queer Marxists pretty much think this. If you mean us in the group, we are not voicing our understanding. We are voicing our understanding of what these people believe, not agreeing with them.
We can kind of control through a kind of intelligent and in-depth analysis of the world in which we live. And I think that the key line that comes at the end of the book's introduction by its editors, Jules Joanne Gleason and Elle O'Rourke, who of course are both with us here tonight, is the line that what we have suffered was logical, but never necessary. What has been made can be unmade. So this book is really a call for a much more materialist and a much more Marxist approach to being trans, but also a much more trans approach to Marxism and materialism. So I hope that piques your interest for today's discussion. In a minute, I'm going to hand over to Jules and Elle, who are going to talk about the book for about 20 minutes. And then we're going to have a period of discussion between me, Jules, and Elle. And you are welcome to post some questions, which will form part of that section of the Q&A. And then we're going to bring in Virginia Gritzel, who is one of the contributors to the book, who is going to talk for somewhere between 10 and 15 minutes, and then join a wider conversation to close, which again, you are welcome to pose your questions to. And the whole thing, we should be done by about 7:30 p.m.
Hang on. Teresa, I really feel like you've been watching my content enough to know this. So where does that leave the gay, just trans community? They're not, I mean, okay. Normal gay people are not queer. Normal lesbians are not queer. Normal trans people are not queer. Guys, please stop conflating queer with being gay or lesbian or bi or trans. Queer is a far left political ideology. Trans, when normal trans people say they're trans, they mean transition from man to woman or woman to man. When queer Marxists say the word trans, they mean transcend or transform. They're not the same thing. No, Teresa, what you're doing right now is you're bargaining and you're trying to get me to give you a different answer than the answer I've given you like dozens of times before. You've been around long enough to know better. I don't mind people asking questions, but I do mind when people start playing games because you want me to give you a different answer than one I've given you before. You are the one conflating queer and gay. I have told you repeatedly for over a year now, stop conflating queer and gay. This is your bargaining. This is not a reflection of the answer that is. So if you have a different question, I'll be more than happy to answer it, but I'm not going to keep answering that question. Let me see. How or why did the trans movement even get started, or has it always had? No, it has not always. No, and you know better than that. God damn it, guys. You know better than this. You have been around a long time, Tolkien fan. You've been around a long time. Stop conflating trans and queer. Queer Marxist co-opted the legitimate LGBT rights movement. We've been talking about this for over a year and a half, bro. You've been around a long time. Queer Marxists co-opted the movement. Stop saying that all trans people are far left radicals. They are not. Stop saying that all gay people are far left radicals. They are not. Those are conservative bullshit talking points. Queer Marxists co-opted their movement, just like queer Marxists are co-opting every church. Queer Marxists are co-opting even other revolutionary groups that aren't queer. Queer Marxists are co-opting education. Queer Marxists come in like a parasite and co-opt movements. Rocky says, so queer is about skewing the common perception of yes. No, but it's not about skewing the gender binary. But you're on the right track. The goal of queer Marxism is to abolish the gender binary. It's not to skew the gender binary. It's to abolish gender entirely. If you have questions about that, yesterday's presentation was great. Very advanced, but we did a lot on this yesterday. But they want to get rid of men and women. The gender binary is men and women. They want to get rid of that entirely. They want to create a world of non-binary, they, thems, or in an ideal world, get rid of all labels entirely. But they want to abolish the idea of gender. So it's not about skewing gender. It's about abolishing gender entirely. Does that make sense? I don't mean to get aggressive with people who are asking questions, but it's like, and just to explain to new people, I don't ever mind answering questions, okay? I don't ever mind it. What I do mind is when I'm asked the same question over and over and over and over and over again, and I keep answering it and people keep asking it because they expect a different answer. That's what I mind. I've been doing this for 3 years. It gets exhausting. The same way the Free Gaza, no, exactly. There was always a legitimate Palestinian freedom movement that always existed. The far left radicals co-opted the Free Palestine movement. Exactly, Sandy.
British summertime. So that's all from me. I think this is a really thrilling and fascinating and, often quite moving book as well. And I really do urge you, you'll go and buy it and read it and learn it and live it. So I'll hand over to Jules and Elle now. And thanks a lot again for joining us.
Yeah, thanks so much for that introduction, Julia. That was really a remarkable reading, which I'm very grateful for. And thanks also to everyone at Pluto putting this event together, and also Tatiana from Left Voice, who's going to be our translator this evening, later on in the session. So sort of just riffing off some of the stuff you were saying, Juliet, but also kind of setting up for what Al is going to say. As the editors, our aim is very much capturing this kind of polyphonic approach, which you're sort of describing, like having a stylistically inclusive approach to the kind of material we were going to get into this collections, given that there are so many different ways and so many different forms of writing which trans people have used to approach our plight and also our power. So the main approach, the main intention we had kind of putting this together was simultaneously to be inclusive and to take this polyphonic tack, but also we wanted to produce something which was significantly more lasting and also accessible than a lot of the trans writing we were encountering. Because both myself and Al, we were coming across, we were encountering, we were interacting with all kinds of different perspectives and all kinds of different, in a way, breakthroughs in thought and social theory, which very often was sort of left in this kind of ephemeral state, to do like sort of confined very often to social media or to movement meetings or sort of like long conversations in bars or in social centers and other places where there was sort of a lack of, especially across time, there was a lack of lasting kind of traction for a lot of this work. So our hope was sort of to like give a venue to a lot of this, existing breakthrough in social theory, which was now going to be on bookshelves and also in classrooms and wherever else this book may turn up. And also something which sort of simultaneously could express the existing breakthrough, which I'm talking about, which has kind of happened this generation, but also be something which future trans revolutionaries would be able to integrate into that thinking.
Well, listen, Teresa, I hear that you're concerned about your daughter, but like that situation has nothing to do with what we're doing here. To be perfectly honest, as I have explained repeatedly, queer is not the same as LGBT. Like, I'm not the one that's saying queer is the same as LGBT. It's the conservative right who are the ones that are wrongly saying that queer is the same as LGBT. There are plenty of LGBT people in the world that are not queer, that are not leftist, that I'm sure will be just fine with whatever your daughter wants to do. And these are two separate issues. So your beef is with the conservative right that keeps wrongfully conflating being gay with being queer or being trans with being queer. Take it up with them.
And sort of build upon, we hope, as we sort of move in a liberatory direction. So this was kind of the primary aim. We wanted to allow for a kind of fuller sort of theorization than was currently there, because one of the existing risks of the inclusion.
No, they're not, Beth. No, they're not. You do not hear that from people on the left. You hear that from conservatives who are putting a conservative spin on it. I know exactly who you're hearing it from, Beth. It's not people on the left. It's conservatives putting a conservative spin on it. Like conservatives don't follow real leftists. We all know this. They have no idea what real leftists are saying. We know what you have, Beth. You have never, ever, 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 ever heard a real leftist on my channel saying that. The only people who are saying that are conservative spin doctors.
Of trans people and transgender perspectives in left-wing or revolutionary movements is that very often we kind of find ourselves confined to this role of complaint or representation of the oppressed. So we're supposed to serve this role where we explain the trans or the queer critique or whatever else to the wider movement. So we thought that we can kind of do significantly better than that. And as you said, this sort of results in a collection which brings together significantly more traditions than your average sort of movement publication.
No, Vosh and Destiny don't count. Vosh and Destiny absolutely do not count. Vosh and Destiny are just grifters on the internet. Neither Vosh or Destiny. Chris, maybe you're new to my content, but like if you think that Vosh and Destiny are real leftists, I just don't know what to say. Vosh and Destiny are morons who are performing on the internet. Vosh is not a real socialist. Destiny is not a real leftist. No. Wrong. All right, this is unproductive. Are you here to learn or are you here to own the libs? When you come into my chat and you say things like Vosh and Destiny are leftists, I kind of think you don't know what you're talking about and maybe you need to pipe it down and listen for a little while.
Would be likely.
Oh, wait. Oh, now you're insulting me. Chris, you just got your first time out. What did I say at the beginning? Do not insult me. Do not insult other people in the audience. You are in a classroom. You are here to learn. If you get an answer from me you don't like and you come back and insult me, you'll be put in a timeout. You do it again, you're going to get banned. You think I'm fucking around? I am not around. We are 10 minutes into this presentation.
Given usually movement organizations have their own perspective or their own analysis, which then gets applied to society at large. So we went a bit beyond that, and also with regards to national contexts. I think what was most important to us is sort of holding that same principle when it comes to including voices from the global south or people who had experienced national oppression. Our hope was sort of like simultaneously that there would be a space for people producing reports or like overviews or like general wide scope contributions, which is what Virginia, who's going to speak press in a bit, has done. But also we wanted to provide some space for for voices from the global south to also sort of do experimental writing and do more kind of do work which is more focused on the sort of like it's basically to allow people from whatever context to contribute their own like point of view and their own kind of like.
Jeremiah is asking a question for all the OGs here. How long was it before you felt conversant? So how long does it take you guys to get fluent in the language of socialist? That's a great question. I would like to know the answers in the chat to that too. For people who've been here for a while, who are fluent in the language of socialist, how long did that take you guys? It is like learning a different language. I mean, people really need to understand that. Like, you are learning a different language. You are learning a foreign language. Bot says probably 6 months. Milo says half a year, so about 6 months. Mo, it's an ongoing process. Bill says he's not sure he is. Bot says even though she feels fluent in socialist, and she is, we can learn a lot more. We're always learning new things. I mean, we've been doing this. You guys gotta understand, some people have been doing this with me on my channel for like 3 years. Kazmar is still learning. D says 3 to 5 months, but I was passionate and had some preparation. Sin says a couple years and still not fluent, but learns things every week. K1 says the first 2.5 months, and then you start seeing it. So it really does take a commitment, guys. It's like, it is one of those things that I go, I wish I could make it easier, but it is, you know, you're learning a foreign language. You don't learn a foreign language overnight. It took a few months because at first it was really confusing. After a while, it actually clicks and it gets much better. It has taken a year, but I'm consistently learning new words and meanings. Yep. A year and a half and still learning. Several months. It's a gradual process. 3 months. A decent grasp, but still learning. Maybe a year. So everyone takes different amounts of time, 6 to 12 months. Some people are still learning. 6 months. Yeah. This is like a language immersion course, essentially. That's why I created the How to Speak Socialist thing. I want to create more based on that, like really quick little breakdowns and stuff like that to make it easier for people. But yeah, it depends on how much you expose yourself to and how much, I mean, quite frankly, guys, and I don't mean to like, you know, be beating a dead horse here. Listening is actually the most important thing. And most people today don't actually listen. Even if you think you are, most people have a really hard time actively listening to what's going on. And so oftentimes people think they're listening, but what they're doing is they're waiting to talk or they're waiting to have a comment. This is why I tell people to stop debunking, because when you're debunking in the chat, You're not really listening to what's being said. You're just waiting to have your chance to own the libs. What I need you to do is put down the fucking sword, knowing that debunking is going to accomplish absolutely nothing, and instead direct that energy to deeply listening. And of course, yeah, we do pop quizzes and stuff in the chat. Misa says, I had to unlearn James Lindsay's stuff, so that took about, a little bit longer. I appreciate that. So stick with it, guys. We will help you. The more questions you ask, the more quickly you're going to learn.
Yeah, theorizing in their own fashion. And this is sort of like one of the things which I think this collection has achieved overall. It's like giving people an opportunity to speak from their position if that's what they're minded to do, but also not kind of confining anyone's perspective or viewpoint to their attendant exact social position. So this is like, I suppose this is something which has always like drawn people towards Marxism, while also sort of then causing difficulties and tensions once they're drawn into it. So I've got a few more things to say, and that's sort of about how this fits into trans theory and how it doesn't fit into trans theory. And I think this is something Al is going to pick up on a bit, because having completed it, I suppose what I came to notice is there's this interesting differentiation from the rest of trans studies, which sort of ties into the way that this collection resolves kind of, or attempts to resolve tensions between Marxist perspectives and radical feminism. And this wasn't even something which I had noticed the book doing until myself and Al were sort of going about the laborious task of putting together the index. And I noticed that there was this really striking presence of radical feminism. Like the entry for radical feminism in the index was very exciting to me, because it seems like many of our authors were kind of approaching this thing, but it was done in a range of different styles, and there are a range of different conclusions coming out of this. So this goes from like Noah Zazanas's essay, which is like the first piece in the collection, which is kind of dealing with different theories of socialization and social integration of identity, through to one of the final essays in the book kind of takes on the same approach, but this is Sandra Metcalf's contribution, which I think is called Why We Like This. And this essay is kind of dealing with the same thing, but from a much more sort of like, from another level of abstraction, I guess. So what I observed is that like there's this much more varied and this much more interesting set of approaches to radical feminism than I think you find in the available material from trans studies, which sort of like from its inception, which I think like trans studies in the sense that I'm talking about, it comes from the late 1980s and the early 1990s. Although of course there was a liberatory trans movement from decades before that with groups like the Street Transvestite Action Revolutionaries. But it was around the late 80s to the early 90s that these kind of existing insights or breakthroughs began to sort of be academicized or like introduced to scholarly discourses.
Whoa, hang on. Jules Joanne Gleason is saying, Human Centipede, this is interesting. Jules Joanne Gleason is saying that it was trans studies in the late 80s and early 90s that started introducing some of these ideas into scholarly discourses. What else happened around that time frame? Late 80s, early 90s, trans studies started introducing these discourses, these ideas into scholarly discourses. What else happened during that time frame that we know? Liberatory trans movements. That's what she's referring to. Liberatory trans movements in the late 80s and early 90s started introducing their ideas into the scholarly discourses. What else happened during that time frame? Come on, I'm going to be really upset if no one gets this. What else happened during that time frame? No one's gotten it so far. What have we been talking about? Z, thank you. Jules Joanne Gleason is actively involved in queer anarcho-communist subculture. We know that because in the zines that we literally listened to yesterday, they literally quoted Jules Joanne Gleason in the zine. This is Jules Joanne Gleason. Jules Joanne Gleason is telling us that trans liberatory ideas actively started getting inserted into scholarly discourses in the late 80s, early 90s. In 1990, Queers Read This. That's a zine that was produced by queer anarcho-communists. Zines come, like, so basically what happened is the farthest left revolutionary radicals started using ideas from punk subculture called zines in order to advance propaganda in the late 80s and the early 90s. It is that propaganda. It is the queer anarcho-communist subculture that inspired today's activists. That is what is driving today's activists. It is not the shit that James Lindsay talks about. It is a mutated strain of Marxism. Zines are basically like they're hand done, self-publish propaganda pieces that people like draw or they do collage with. You can just look up zines and you'll see what they are. And basically they're like small, like batch self-published magazines that then people can photocopy and hand out in order to articulate their ideas. Zines are like cool pamphlets. Exactly. Queers Read This, the first ever queer zine crossover from 1990. Jeremiah, we have a whole, there's a whole channel in my supporter Discord. Human Centipede puts a lot of stuff in there where we're actually tracking this stuff. And like looking at some of this cool stuff, but it's this thing that mutated the strain of Marxism that's inspiring today's queer Marxist activists. This is what I mean when I say gain of function Marxism. Does everyone understand what I'm saying? Yeah, zines are like pamphlets, but they're more artistic and fun, essentially. So the benefit of this, and Human Centipede just put the a link in the chat to the Anarchist Library. We're getting, like, he's getting a lot of this stuff off the Anarchist Library. See, James Lindsay, it's not hard to give people credit. Jules, so what Human Centipede just put in the chat, look at this. The Anarchist Library is basically an online website that has a lot of this stuff. Look at this. Abolitionism in the 21st century, from communization is the end of sex to revolutionary transfeminism. Jules Joanne Gleason. This was published in August 2017. You can find all of this. It's all out in public. But it's like one of those things where if you don't know where to look for things, you don't know what's there, right? But my point is that we now have a really clear timeline. We have a timeline that I thought was correct, but now I feel like I have a firm timeline. Don't think I actually haven't thought about this. James needs a cease and desist and a libel suit plus damages for interfering with my ability to earn a living. Yeah, don't think I'm not thinking about this. Like the last person that did this to me, that defamed me massively, he didn't have any money. And so the only reason I didn't proceed with a defamation lawsuit against him was, quite frankly, he doesn't have any money, and I know he doesn't have any money, and I would never be able to actually recoup damages. It wouldn't happen. But James Lindsay is different. So if James Lindsay wants to keep wrongfully insinuating that I have a personality disorder in order to interfere with me being able to do business and earn a living, he'll see what's what real quick. And if any lawyers out there want to help me to send a cease and desist letter to James Lindsay to get him to cut the bullshit, I would love to talk to you. But quite frankly, searching for a lawyer right now to handle that is just not on the top of my list. But don't think I haven't been thinking about that. Anyway, let's rewind and listen.
Yeah, from another level of abstraction, I guess. So yeah, what I observed is that like there's this much more varied and this much more interesting set of approaches to radical feminism than I think you find in the available material from trans studies, which sort of like from its inception, which I think like trans studies in the sense that I'm talking about, it comes from the late 1980s and the early 1990s, although of course there was a liberatory trans movement from decades before that with groups like the Street Transvestite Action Revolutionaries. But it was around the late 80s to the early 90s that these kind of existing insights or breakthroughs began to sort of be academicized or like introduced to scholarly discourses by figures like Sandy Stone and Susan Stryker, who I should say I have every admiration for and think produced some remarkable writing. But one of the shared features between those two scholars and many of the subsequent ones within trans studies was this tack of kind of immanent reading, that is, readings which let the contradictions play out as an overriding preoccupation. And specifically the stuff they were immanent reading was feminist movement, or cisgendered feminist thought, and especially transphobic writing by cisgendered feminists. And I think Ella's going to elaborate on this point a bit further, but what our hope is with transgender Marxism is that we can sort of like expand our horizons significantly beyond that, which is, I think, a necessary thing to do after the successes of the 2010s, because I feel like at this point, this kind of game has played itself out, like reading material from people who hate us and want to drive us out of polite society, at least, and in reality, public life more generally. That's kind of something which, I think a lot of people have found a frustration with, and a lot of people have sort of attempted to move beyond. So,
hang on. Could James Lindsay count? Well, I didn't write the fan fiction, so he couldn't, like, if James Lindsay wants to try to countersue me for a fan fiction that I didn't write, I think that might be a little beyond. But it's also like, it's if James Lindsay wants to sue someone over a fan fiction, we'll do a fundraiser for John, and John will end up getting damages for that. So everyone knows that that was not real. Everyone knows that I did not actually burn James Lindsay alive in a ritual sacrifice to get everyone to know that whiteness means capitalism, okay?
Considering the collection, I'm kind of, that's kind of my own editorial insight to it, and I'm happy to talk about that a bit more in the Q&A. But I think at this point, I should probably hand over to Elle, my co-editor.
Thanks, Jules. Thank you, Juliet, for such a really warm reading of our book. Thank you so much. I was just going to talk about the collection itself and situate it, and then perhaps we could talk in the Q&A about radical feminism and immanent readings and just the tradition of trans feminism and how much more confident and open it is now. So why transgender Marxism? How does transgender Marxism fit into Marxist modes of thought and socialist politics more broadly? It would be impossible to speak about gender politics this past decade without an account of the cultural space that trans people and trans issues occupy, either as figures of celebration or demonization, and with it the rise of an increasingly assertive transgender politics, challenging received assumptions about who, what, and how gender is to be lived, embodied, and negotiated. Trans people have carved out a space for themselves in wider society that would have been difficult to imagine just a few short decades ago. More and more trans people are finding the space and opportunity to express their joys, to have their needs met, to find love and pleasure in ways that would have been more marginalized and confined to more hidden corners of society. Simply put, there seem to be a lot more of us around lately. Alongside this, there has been an attempt to apprehend in thought these profound changes in real time. As with many a radical in previous generations who have found themselves approaching this daunting task anew, attempting to understand their own conditions, better to change them. Since the original publication of Capital, the debate has raged about how thoroughgoing Marx's deconstruction of capitalism and capitalist social forms actually is, sparked by a certain ambivalence in Marx's own project. While his intention was to historicize the social construction of all legal and social categories of matters of property, capital, and class domination, to what extent is Marx...
Whoa. The construction of all legal and social categories. This is mirroring the language of what we heard yesterday. Hang on.
Of capital, the debate has raged about how thoroughgoing Marx's deconstruction of capitalism and capitalist social forms actually is, sparked by a certain ambivalence in Marx's own project. While his intention was to historicize the social construction of all legal and social categories of matters of property, capital, and class domination, to what extent is Marx's critique also a foreshortened one? How different would Marx's account of the rosy dawn of industrial society have been if he made Liverpool rather than Manchester, his home in exile or of his dispatches to the New York Daily Tribune.
So what this they them is essentially saying, correct me if I'm wrong, is if Marx was alive today, he would have gone further. They're basically saying Karl Marx didn't go far enough because if he had lived in different circumstances, his work would have gone further, and they're the ones that are trying to take his work further. Do I have that right? And what they mean by that is probably what we listened to yesterday.
On the convulsions of the money markets on Lombard Street, driven by disturbances on the continent, were instead dispatches to the Manchester Guardian about the travails of Wall Street driven by tremors in the plantations and slave-dealing markets of America's cotton frontier? Or have you seen that employment of women in industry not as a recent and emasculating phenomena, a general law of capitalist development emerging from the advance of the factory system and mechanization, but a thorough and complex trend, long-term trend in Britain's industrial and social history where women were present throughout? Or have you seen that the very dynamics driving a thoroughgoing transformation?
If Marx was alive today, he would have been queer. Exactly. That's what they're saying.
In industry and the world of work, we're also reshaping the other hidden abode, the private household, in reclusive, dramatic ways. Olivier focuses his lens not on relations within Lancashire cotton mills, but on the sugar plantations of Europe's tropical colonies. Transgender Marxism really sits proudly in a long line of collaborations and novel extensions of Marxist thought, where others might see contradiction, incoherence, or illicit distortion. How can there be a transgender Marxism? Of all things, we see no incongruity at all. So when it comes to these debates on identity thinking, identity politics, socialist politics, and their so-called indissolubility with questions of class, where we do not recognize accounts of Marxism that suggest Marx is indifferent to the messy sensuousness of human affairs, the reality of social distinctions, and how capital transforms these into a material force. So for our part, when we were beginning to work on the book, key to our agenda, as Jules already mentioned, was to ensure that trans life itself comes into focus. We are opposed to this idea of a transcendent principle of trans that comes to obscure the particular struggles of trans people to survive in the face.
Does anyone know a tool for creating like an easy like visualization of like a timeline where, okay, so here's what I want to do. I have ideas for a bunch of different timelines I want to create in terms of us being able to visualize different events like as they occurred. And I'm not talking like the typical stuff that you hear on conservative media. I want it like, so what I'm thinking right now is I want to create a timeline of all of the radical anarchist literature to say, you know, Queers Read This, published in 1990, Be Gay, Do Crime, published in, what was it, 2008, or like through a queerist insurrection, published in 2008, Be Gay, Do Crime, published in this year. Like all this, I want to create a whiteboard, like a timeline of like all of these queer anarcho-communist publications, and I want to overlap that with a timeline of different kind of cultural events. And like, this is going to be something that's like super flexible and super easy to use and does a nice visual. I don't want anything clunky. And so I guess I'm just putting it out. I don't want, not a whiteboard. No. I don't want a fucking whiteboard. Like, I want something that has like so I'm just putting it out there, like in the chat, if anyone understands, like, I just need a timeline. No, I'm not. No, this, guys, I'm just looking to create a fucking timeline. That's it. A timeline that is visual, that you can go in and click on something and find out more information. But I want to be able to do a visual overlay of like, here are the publications that came out and here are the social events. That's what I want to do. If anyone knows a tool that's easy to do that exact thing, nothing else, no fucking animation, no fucking, and I want it to be easy to use, and I want it to be like a visual thing. No, you are not listening to what I am saying. I do not want to create a fucking web page and have a whole fucking thing. I just want a timeline tool. That's it. All right.
To capitalism, trans people already occupy an awkward space.
All right. I feel like no one's listening. No, Google Docs does not do that. Guys, I'm not talking. Okay. I understand everyone means well. But if you guys are not listening to, no, you are not, like, if you are giving me information that is not actually answering the question that I'm asking, you are not being helpful. You are actually being counterproductive. All right? So a few people here have said PictoChart. I feel like the last time I looked at PictoChart, it didn't actually do this. But maybe they have a new feature. Thank you. Okay, so I picked up PictoChart. I don't want to see any more suggestions from things that are not timeline builders, where I can put in a date and some information and have that. That's all I want. I don't want a fucking Google Doc. I don't want a fucking website. I don't want any fucking thing else other than a time. Canva does not. No, Canva, guys. I understand everyone's trying to be helpful. You're not listening to what I'm saying, though. This is what I say when I'm saying that people don't listen. I'm giving very specific parameters, and people are giving me information that is outside of those parameters. I do not want any. I know everyone's trying to be helpful. I do not want anything that is outside of the parameters I'm giving. When you guys don't listen and you go outside of what's being asked for, it is not helpful. It's actually a hindrance. Because then it starts this whole thing of me spending all this time doing all this research just to find out that people gave me a bunch of things that are outside of the parameters of what I asked for. You know what I'm saying? Just got to listen. If you don't know there's something that's inside the parameters, that's fine. Just don't give me something that's outside of the parameters.
Social theory and Marxist politics, the main currents of Marxist feminism have largely done a disservice to trans identities, often gesturing towards trans people, then proceeding to write the sort of feminist theorizing they would have wished to write anyway. Or to take a recent example, Silvia Federici's recent book were placed alongside plastic surgery and surrogacy as examples of fiendish capital body modification practices that go too far. So when not actively vilified or included as a polite foot, many assume an interest in trans people thanks to our marginalization, as we are more likely to experience poverty, destitution, engage in sex work, experience abuse and mistreatment by our wider society, the police and the criminal justice system. We tend to be more radical than the general population, and thus a special source of interest. In particular, because we occupy a liminal and ambiguous space in the gender order, we are taken to embody, or at least provoke, a space of subversion and rebellion. I mean, this is, quite canonical in late 80s, early 90s queer theory. If you read it, you'll see it everywhere. One that can perhaps shake existing...
Again, late 80s, early 90s queer theory. She said it again. Late 80s, early 90s queer theory.
You read it, you'll see it everywhere.
What happened in the late 80s? Here's the question we need to answer. What happened in the late 80s to spur the schism off into queer theory? Was it just Foucault? Did it have to do with that? I mean, Judith Butler and Foucault are considered to be like the godparents of queer theory. I need to go back and take another look at that queer. Hang on. I've got a queer theory book over here. I should take a look at that.
One that can perhaps shake existing society out is complacency vis-a-vis sex and gender, sort of gender vanguardism of sorts. The upshot of it is that trans people are perhaps a useful source of recruits, a fashionable cause to follow, and sotto voce bearers of a special responsibility. So this is rubbish, and I don't like it. And as an account of trans life, this auxiliary argument is precisely negative.
Okay, I'm seeing a lot of guesses in the chat, but I'm actually not asking for guesses right now. I don't think saying it was all about the AIDS epidemic is a good idea because we don't know that. I don't think it's about saying it was Reagan or it was Bush is a good idea because we don't know that. What I'm not necessarily asking for an answer right now. I'm being rhetorical to say this is a question that I would like answered, but I don't think speculating around that when we don't actually know is a good idea because it's just going to lead people to believe things that we may have to disprove later.
We are of note due to our suffering, and by dint of our stigmatization and its travails, little space is left for the actual substance of trans life, the experiences of surviving in the context of separation that we already share among ourselves, and the resultant insights for a broader, refreshed view of capitalism's reproduction. But this is hardly an unprecedented theoretical maneuver. Emma Heaney, in her book, The New Woman, has shown that throughout modern history, trans women find themselves and their experiences always represented as an allegory for something else. Rather than being treated on our own terms, trans women often serve as the theoretical raw material to ground the universality of cis experience. So Heaney traces this sort of approach across late 19th and 20th century representations of trans femininity, including sexology, literature, modernist fiction, and social theory. Literary modernism itself is replete with these examples of trans women as metaphorical figures for...
What year did the Berlin Wall fall? Thank you, Rottweiler. Appreciate it.
Destabilization of inherited gender traditions, stand-ins for broader destabilizations brought about by the urbanization, suffrage, and women in entering new roles in the workforce, and with it attendant anxieties over masculine self-assurance and patriarchal rights. In other accounts, transgender experiences serve as an example of the dizzying achievements of techno-scientific modernity that seemingly demonstrates the boundless plasticity of human bodies and their potential in our new scientific technological age. Or in Freud's hands, we appear as this degraded...
I mean, is it possible that it was like literally just an extension of like World War II again? Is that actually just possible? Like the Berlin Wall fell in 1989? July 1990, the money changed. I chipped some of the Berlin Wall, officially fallen. Is it possible that this is just again, Jesus Christ? I know I shouldn't be speculating, but from communism and socialism and the emergence of queer theories in the 80s and early 90s. Yeah, Tanya already got herself banned. Is it possible that this is all just an extension? Wow. It is possible that it allowed some Eastern European Marxists to immigrate to the West and spread their ideas wider and further. It's World War II Part 2 Electric Boogaloo. Yeah. Is that actually what fucking happened? Every time, fuck big tech, every fucking time. Every time I have to admit he was right. When I don't want to admit that he was right. I saw it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Figma. I appreciate it.
Figure who is nevertheless this critical allegory for the unconscious that clarifies his theory of same-sex desire as inversion and castration anxiety. So here, feminization stands as this looming threat of egoic injury, clarifying the operation and universality of sex. So we can see echoes and wary repetitions of these framings in our own times, with transgender as a synecdoche for transgender trouble writ large. From far-right fantasists dreaming of the surging wave of effeminacy, sweeping all in its wake, to the condescending patronage of well-meaning do-gooders, predatory psychiatrists demonizing trans people with taxonomies that they would never accept applied to themselves, to sensationalist publishers looking for a quick cash grab with lurid tales of gender deviance, indecency, and criminality.
Well, I don't think we're forgetting about the Long March. I think we're saying we're trying to pinpoint what the fuck happened in the late 80s to cause the emergence of the queer theory strain. That's what we're talking about right now. We're not dismissing the Long March. We're saying this is when the mutation happened and this is how it happened. That's what we're saying. We're not saying the original didn't exist. We're saying what the fuck happened to make it go like this.
Phobic Lacanian psychoanalysis, casting transition as literally a psychotic desire, to the tedious yet tender queer theorists scrambling to offer a novel articulation of stale and familiar territory. Trans people are frequently ushered onto the stage of theory for a grander purpose than themselves, only to be quickly dismissed in turn, purpose served, premises intact. So this is a real dispiriting state of affairs, and something we wanted to attempt a thorough break with when approaching the book and compiling the book and compiling our authors. So we wanted a more thoroughgoing account of trans life as it is lived from the inside and not merely as a supplement to somebody else's theoretical story. And I think there is often a felt need by many trans people for writing that counters these entrenched ideas, for understanding our experiences, that speaks to us and our conditions, that is written by us and expresses what we know to be intimately true, yet find is frequently discounted. And for many trans people, that quite naturally means writing in a Marxist register. So when it comes to transgender theory and writing, there is little new under the sun, but there is never a shortage of people claiming the opposite is the case. So we're not here to plant our flag and claim there's any sort of radical novelty here. Rather, we are standing a proud lineage of gender radicals and subversives who paved the way before us. Marxism has been read by people of all social positions in the past 200 years, and this is no less true of transgender people as well. So when we're assembling the collection, we'll be keen to express the point that we don't think there really is an authoritative approach to Marx, and nor did we seek to impose one. Marxism, this broad and living tradition, defined by its continual internal disputations, its fighting schools, and its contested orthodoxies. And this is really reflected in the breadth of the collection itself. Different chapters find different inspiration in different aspects of Marx's practice. So Marx, the proto-sociologist, with an voracious appetite for empirical research, Marx, the philosopher, trying to apprehend in thought the tangled relations of colonialism, modernity, capitalism, and the arrival of mass politics, or Marx, the propagandist, a dedicated organizer, doggedly focusing on developing autonomous workers' power, a strategic monomaniac involved almost exclusively with organizations that are founded by workers for the promotion of workers' interests. So the collection itself reflects this diverse heterogeneity of approaches, traditions, and problematics, the broad appeal of different moments and aspects of Marx's work to a variety of audiences, from investigations in cosmic value form rationalism and gender as a real abstraction, to gay communist Lacanian psychoanalysis, the imminent critique of psychological research, to
what? Hang on.
Broad appeal of different moments and aspects of Marx's work to a variety of audiences, from investigations in cosmic value form rationalism and gender as a real abstraction, to gay communist Lacanian psychoanalysis.
Gay communist Lacanian psychoanalysis. All right.
The imminent critique of psychological research, to the consonance of Marx and disability studies, Brazilian transfeminism, Black transfeminisms, sociological workers' inquiry, Marxian delusion analysis, and Marxist epistemological inquiry, each a different angle on transgender life, each a different angle on Marx's work, and each a different approach to a thoroughgoing transgender Marxism. And so with that, I'll hand back to Juliet.
Great, thanks for that, both of you. It's a really, really comprehensive look at the book and why you put it together and what's gone into it. So, yeah, I mean, there's obviously plenty we could pick up there and talk about more. I mean, something I think I'd like to ask you both to expand on a bit, because it's been kind of lurking in the subtext of everything that all three of us have said so far, although I don't think we've actually used the phrase yet in our conversation, although it comes up repeatedly in the book, is this concept of social reproduction.
Whoa! Social reproduction! Something that James Lindsay has literally never taught his audience about, except for a brief message about the problem of reproduction, sometimes in his education stuff, sometimes. Pop quiz for the chat. What does social reproduction mean, and why is it relevant to the idea of queer Marxism? What does social reproduction mean? Prove to me you guys are smarter than James Lindsay. What does social reproduction mean, and why is it relevant to the conversation around queer Marxism? It means that families tend to reproduce the status quo. It means that kids are raised under the capitalist system. I want real answers, guys. Do not just say one word. You do not get credit for saying one word. Nope. Not saying the... Well, I'm actually... Come on, guys. Stop. I need everyone to stop typing right now. Slow down. None of you is answering this question correctly, and some of you damn well should be answering this question correctly. What does social reproduction mean? I do not want to see my talking points spit back to me unless you are answering the question specifically of what social reproduction means. Not a single one of you has it right yet. Not a single one. I'm actually really disappointed right now. What does social reproduction mean? Yes. Fender Bean, first one to get it right. Social reproduction means that social systems will reproduce themselves until they are disrupted. This is the answer to the question. Social systems reproduce themselves until they are disrupted. This is the only correct answer, guys. To the question that the problem is a lot of you are answering a question that I did not ask. Again, do we need to practice our listening skills? The vast majority of you, even people who are here every single week, are answering a question that I did not ask. I asked, what does social reproduction mean? Social reproduction means societies reproduce unless they are disrupted. Commies see the family as the main reproducer of capitalist society, so that's why they want to abolish it. Yes. Well, yeah, I didn't count it as correct because you were talking about capitalism, though. Like, I really, guys, like if I ask a question, I don't want some... I'm asking you to answer that specific question. Social systems reproduce whatever system they are a part of. The nuclear family was created. So I'm not out. I didn't ask for the nuclear family part, guys. I didn't ask. Well, I guess I did. No, I take that back. I guess I did. I said, how is it relevant to what we're talking about here? I'm not trying to be difficult, but I'm really kind of disappointed with the listening skills that I'm seeing. Because if someone asks you a question and you go off on a tangent and you don't actually answer the question being asked, that's a problem. So, social reproduction, as about 3 people got right in the chat, even after I told people they were getting it wrong and they kept saying the same thing over and over again. Social reproduction means that social systems will reproduce themselves until those social systems are somehow disrupted. What it means in this case, why it's relevant to queer Marxism, is that queer Marxists believe that the nuclear family reproduces capitalism, and that in order to abolish capitalism, they need to abolish the nuclear family to disrupt social reproduction. Reproduction in capitalism results in the production of those who can be in the system. It is social in that it is something that is set by society. It is set by the society, therefore it's changeable. Well, Peter, you really need to get better at listening, bro. Seriously, I'm trying to help you. So what they're talking about here, so we already talked about how queer Marxists want to abolish the gender binary. The reason they want to abolish the gender binary is because the gender binary created the nuclear family. The nuclear family is the literal means of reproduction of capitalism according to social reproduction theory. Remember, every single thing that the left does is about abolishing capitalism. Capitalism is defined as private property ownership. Everything they do leads back to that. And the reason that they are attacking parental rights and the nuclear family is because they believe the nuclear family is the literal production mechanism for capitalism that keeps perpetuating a capitalist society. Therefore, because of social reproduction theory, in order to abolish capitalism, they need to abolish the thing that is reproducing it. Does that make sense to everyone? Is everyone tracking? Does everyone understand? The reason I harp on this is I need you all to be able to explain this to other people. Yep, it is on the cheat sheet. This is an important one. So I'm not just being mean. I'm actually trying to get everyone to a place where they can explain this to other people. Does everyone understand? Well, it is hard to write, but that's why we need to practice getting it into the shortest possible explanation that we can. And I really want everyone to be aware of this. A lot of you are not wrong in what you said. Your answers were not wrong. Your answers were just not answering the question that I asked. Okay? And so you're going to come up against this in the real world. People are going to have questions, and if you don't answer the question that they actually asked, then they're not going to understand. So if someone asks you, what does social reproduction mean? And you start talking about something that is tangentially related to it, but is not actually answering the specific question that they asked, they're still going to be confused and you haven't accomplished anything. We really need to make sure that we are listening to what people are saying so that we are going to the heart of what they are concerned with. Everything is a means to an end by the left to get to the point of abolishing capitalism. Everything.
This is something that's quite present in a lot of Marxist feminist theory and praxis of the 70s and 80s, I think. And we've talked about the diverse ways in which the book engages with those traditions and their strengths and weaknesses, particularly regarding their use of trans people. But could you outline a bit more of what this concept of social reproduction is and why you think it's become such a central plank of this anthology?
Would you like to start, Al, or should I?
I think social reproduction is a Jules question.
Yeah, so a fair bit of my published writing prior to this collection was social reproduction theory. Like, it contributed to this trend in Marxist feminism, which tries to hone in on these passages in Capital One primarily, which are referring to reproduction in two senses, both reproduction in the sense of people consuming and fulfilling themselves and that counterpart of production, and then also the required labor and input needed to make these workforces come into existence in the first place. And especially that second point is what sort of Marxist feminism since the 1970s has been trying to sort of foreground. And this was an intellectual project which especially flourished in the mid-2010s. And the kind of the conceptions I find most useful are sort of the ones which try and frame this as a question of life making. So life-making activities which occur in the context of proletarianization. So how people who've been stripped of access to the means of production still go about remaking themselves as both as a viable workforce, but also as people who are able to survive these conditions at all. So this was where my own theorization was focused, sort of applying this to the work done by transgender communities and trying to provide an understanding of that. And I would say like some variation of that same concern appears in several of the essays, most obviously Nat Raha and Noah Zuzanas's contributions, which both, Nat uses it in a more historical kind of investigatory lens, and then Noah is trying to look at different views of like social cognition and socialization with that in mind. But I think it's fair to say that like it isn't like an overriding concern. It's not a lens which is actually deployed by each of the contributors to this book. And there are still kind of like some outstanding and ongoing questions about whether this is really the best available framework to use. But I would say with regards to this collection, it's like a present, probably a heavy but not predominant interest. It influences kind of what I would have to say about it. And I'm definitely up for like further conversations with people who want to like pour through and close read Capital One and see what we can make out of it, right?
Yeah. Thanks for that. That's really interesting to hear more about, and to hear a kind of call to expand that conversation further. So that's obviously the way in which the material in Transgender Marxism relate.
Capital is like Marx's seminal work. It's like a multi-part volume series. Anytime you hear them talk about Capital, they're talking about Marx.
It's to one intellectual and ideological position, tradition. I think I'd like to ask you, and answer this as positively or as negatively as you like. But I would like to ask you a bit about the book's relationship with like transgender liberalism. One of the contributors you mentioned just there, Nat Raha, has written quite interesting critiques of transliberalism before, and I know you guys have as well. And when I say sort of liberalism, I don't really mean sort of centrism as such. Like Jules, you wrote a really excellent piece about the Guardian's centrism for the New Socialist a few years ago that I still kind of quote all the time. But to think more about kind of actual liberalism and its sort of approach to, it's...
Remember, socialists are not the same as liberals. Liberals and socialists are not the same. Socialists hate liberals, and no matter how many times you call liberals socialists, that doesn't make them socialists. Peter, I need you to stop shitposting. I need this to stop. You've been doing this the entire stream. You are not listening to what's being said. You aren't giving correct answers to the questions. And so if you are not going to be here and be productive, then you're not going to be here at all. Every time you are shitposting, it means you are not listening. And you are someone who needs to listen more than many people here right now, if you actually want to learn this. So cut the shit.
It's kind of broadly the more supportive, I guess, approaches to trans identities. But as we said earlier, this focus very much on trans as something that people kind of immutably are, and this may be kind of skating over of kind of divisions of kind of class and wealth and of nationality and background. So I guess I want to ask you guys, do you think there's anything useful that like transgender Marxists can salvage or build upon in transgender liberalism, or do you just kind of reject all of it?
Well, I guess do we reject all of that? I guess the thing to be said here is that there's clearly something to be said for civic victories and victories in terms of trans rights, which I think this has been the predominant slogan that's sort of taken over the internet, right? Like getting politicians to say trans rights in the US and the UK. And I do find it kind of quite difficult to provide an account to like to make an argument for this being a negative thing a lot of the time. But the issue is like this stuff is kind of like good as far as it goes. Like trans people do have to navigate various bureaucracies and deal with everything from doctors to landlords who are potentially hostile towards us. So like within that context, it's intuitively obvious that people will end up sort of framing things in terms of rights and civic emancipation struggles. But the issue is primarily that the issue is that you sort of very quickly reach this endpoint where that alone is not going to do much for any broader project. And I think this is especially clear in the US. In the United Kingdom, it's kind of concealed. Like Britain has kind of hidden this by how terrible its liberals are. But in the United States, this is very clear as like slowly the Democratic Party kind of grinds its way around to like trans acceptance, or like the I should say like the incorporation of the most incorporation of the most middle of the road and the most liberal.
Hey, thank you, Judy, for the super chat. Timeline.nightlab.com. Hang on. Really do appreciate the suggestions, guys. Let me see. Timeline.nightlab.com. Of course, I didn't type it in correctly. Let me bring that up to look at later. Easy to make beautiful timelines. See, that's all I'm asking for. I don't know why this is so hard. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Hey guys, just a friendly reminder. We've been going for 2 hours now. We still have a ways to go to get through this presentation because we've been chatting a lot, but I feel like it's good so far. If you appreciate the fact that I'm spending time on my Friday or Saturday evening watching socialist training with you to break it down, please feel free to send in a super chat. If you're enjoying the show, if you're learning something, if I've taught you anything, maybe send in a $3 super chat, $5 super chat, $10 super chat, more if you want to. But as a reminder, super chats do support the work I'm doing. If you don't want to do that and you want to make a monthly or annual contribution, head over to carlin.substack.com, sign up for a membership. You'll get a variety of supporter perks if you do it over on the Substack. But I do like super chats as well. So feel free. Fund the work. No one else is going to do it.
Trans perspectives, which are perfectly happy to put up with a state which is continuously waging war abroad and barely making any improvements to people's lives at home. So yeah, that's it's not exactly something which, in rejecting transliberalism, which I certainly do, I kind of don't want to I don't want to claim that there's no obvious reason for why struggles keep on ending up being in the same place. But maybe Elle's got something different to say. I've talked for a while now.
She didn't actually say anything there.
So yeah, I mean, in terms of transliberalism, I think it's ended up generally narrowing our horizons in a really regrettable way. Always fighting the battle on terrain we haven't chosen.
So what they mean when they say transliberalism, so Ella O'Rourke, that's Ella O'Rourke, just said that transliberalism narrows the boundaries, I think it was the exact language that they used. Hang on. Narrows the horizons in a really regrettable way. What do they mean? Pop quiz for the chat. What do they mean when they say transliberalism has narrowed the horizons in a really regrettable way? Peter, you are now getting a timeout. If you continue to shitpost, you will be banned. This is your last warning. I am tired of it. I've been asking you to stop all fucking night. What do they mean? Now back to the pop quiz for people who want to be productive and don't want to shitpost. What does she mean when she says transliberalism has narrowed the horizons in a really regrettable way? This is what I think she means. D in with the right answer. The liberal view of trans is binary. It's a man transitioning to a woman or a woman transitioning to a man. That liberal view of trans upholds the gender binary. Queer Marxists want to abolish the gender binary. That's what non-binary means. Non-binary means no binary. Now, based on what we heard yesterday, but this is getting into more advanced stuff, okay? They may also mean the idea of categories entirely are limiting and hierarchical. We always do need to keep this in mind, but we also need to just frame it in terms of this is really a very advanced concept that's going to be confusing to people. What we need to do is we need to figure out a way to explain this simply. I'm not there yet because I was just introduced to the idea yesterday. But we need to figure out a way to explain this simply. But for right now, what I want people to understand is that when they're saying transliberalism and how the Democratic Party isn't going far enough, what they mean is they're still upholding the gender binary. They're upholding the idea that men and women exist. They are separate. They are distinct. There are two of them, and you are one or the other, because they want to abolish the gender binary. Does that make sense to everyone? Yeah, but normal people don't know what that means, so we just need to work on it. Is all I'm saying. It's because you have to explain the whole concept for them to understand what that means. Yes, well, this is what we're saying. Even the idea of non-binary being a thing upholds the categories, but again, we just need to think about what this means, guys. That was graduate level stuff right there. A lot of the times we need to explain this to people at a kindergarten level, a middle school level, maybe even a high school level. So we need to I'm not saying forget about this. We're always going to keep this in mind. I'm just saying that yesterday was graduate PhD level coursework. And what I'm talking about right now is being able to understand this at like a middle school level. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying forget it. I'm just saying that we need to be pragmatic about it.
Regrettable way, always fighting the battle on terrain we haven't chosen, and often doing so in liberal and non-threatening forms. So we have this immense weight attached to the Gender Recognition Act, a fairly trivial and small piece of legislation that would make very little difference to most trans people's lives. Or we see people defending the NHS and GIC system, which has, often been the site of intense trans oppression in its own right, because, TERFs are saying it's bad, suddenly we have to say all these glowing things about how much we love doctors and such forth. Or we have to become masters of the feminist canon in our own right, so as if the only means we can ground and express a confident and self-assertive trans feminist politics is through the language of someone else who didn't have us in mind at all. So we kind of wanted to pull the camera back away from these sort of framings and discussions and these platitudes about trans rights and so forth, and we wanted to have a deeper understanding about trans oppression in capitalism and how we understand and fight it better.
Great, yeah, thanks for that. I mean, the sort of liberal-ish visibility politics that were very, very prominent, I think, in the first half of the last decade of the 2010s that culminated in that trans tipping point, I think quite interesting to think about, because a lot of liberals, I think, with their approach to history, that it's just this like gradual unfolding of freedoms, didn't maybe see the strength of the anti-trans backlash coming, and the way in which like transphobia has formed a key part of the sort of new rights agenda. I don't really want to go into that too much now, because I want to save that for when we talk with Virginia later on in the event. But I think it might be nice to ask you something, just speak a little bit more about why you think this is happening now, like what's happened politically and sort of culturally, intellectually in maybe the last 5 to 10 years, or maybe even a slightly shorter time than that you think sort of allows this book.
Hang on. Super chat from Tolkien fan. Thank you. Apologies for my prior comment. It's no worries, bro. It's no worries. If I'm giving you feedback, it's because I know you can do better. Okay. Appreciate your patience as I unlearn what I've heard and read. Your Substack is my guide, and I'm discussing this with others in my life. Hey, I really do appreciate that. Guys, listen, if I'm giving you feedback and telling you to cut something out, it's not because I think you're dumb or something. It's because I think you can do better than what you're doing, and I'm trying to help you do better than what you're doing. So if I'm bothering to give you feedback, it's because I know you can take it, and I know you want to learn it, and all that stuff. So I'm on your side. I'm always on people's side when it comes to learning this stuff. It's just that sometimes some of you need a good smack upside the head to get you to snap out of it and to get into refocus. So I really do appreciate the super chat, Tolkien fan. Thank you.
To exist now in the way that it does.
You want to go?
Okay, yeah. I think there are like a couple of trends that we should take heart from, and when looking at trans writing, of which this book is just one expression. I think Juliet sketched out an outline of this a few years ago in her essay Écriture transféminine, which I think is one of your best essays, so I encourage everyone to go read that. So we think about Vivian Namaste writing in the early 2000s. She wrote quite famously, autobiography is the only discourse in which transsexuals are permitted to speak. But over the past few years, it seems apparent that biography seems to no longer be able to fill the social role increasingly expected of it. This sort of publishing convention where we get these increasingly overfamiliar narratives of an intrepid hero moving from ignorance to acceptance to personal flourishing. So trans people in this queue overcome psychological torment and social oppression as adversity to thriving skillfully as they embrace their gender destiny. Or maybe as these time-honored tropes have got increasingly shop-worn, the knowing subversion of these all too familiar narratives. So the hackneyed talk show confession becomes the pop literary self-deprecation. This isn't like other memoirs, long superseding I wasn't like other boys. The wink and the nod, never really escaping the formal cliches of the genre itself. So biography has often served as this cage for trans theory for so long, but it's one that's increasingly been discarded as people write their own ideas on their own terms. So the sort of broader educative function of the biography might have made sense when most people didn't know a single trans person or did not know that they knew any. But it becomes less exceptional when we are right there as friends, comrades, and lovers in ever increasing numbers. And so this kind of allows a trans feminism that is no longer reduced to making these plaintive appeals as why transgender women ought to be allowed to be included within feminism or the category of woman itself, as though trans women are a lesser or also run modality of feminine embodiment, as though we need to be merely learning and imitating our sense of cisgender betters. So further to this, trans creativity is ever more expansive, varied, and widely read than it has been in recent years, from the immense diversity of trans poetics, as Kate Gabriel and Andrea Abba-Karen demonstrate in their recent collection, to We Want It All, to the closely observed comedies of Tori Peters, Imogen Binnie, and Jackie S., as well as podcasts, non-fiction, cinema, video games, and music. Trans women seem to be really into noise music, and it's great. So the success of this suggests that people are undergoing, like as a broader social trend, not just talking about representation here, but like cultural and political change. People are undergoing this fairly significant transformation in how they think and understand gender.
So trans is not just about a person changing their body and presenting differently. Trans, as they're using it, which remember is synonymous with queer. It's not about transition. It's about transform or transcend. Trans, as they're using it, is about cultural and political change. That's what I mean when I say that queer is not about being gay or trans. Queer is about a far left political ideology. Their answers are always pre-written, and then once we get into the Q&A, they go off the cuff. But their answer, this has been very consistent. Like this is how socialists do presentations. They have pre-written remarks, and you really get them to say the quiet part out loud when they're having more discussion in Q&A. Yeah, when they're saying trans, they don't mean an individual transitioning their body. They mean a transformation of culture. That's probably honestly why they called it transgender Marxism instead of queer Marxism. Because it's not about it's not about the individual. Socialists don't see things as part of the individual. It's about the transformation of society. Does that make sense to everyone? Just Bitter over on Rumble says, I'm a little behind. Trans liberation is like gay marriage or women in the workplace. Marxists see it as a standard operating procedure handed out by neoliberals as a bribe. Kind of. I mean, no, it's about, so no, I mean, like what I would say is that like trans liberalism is about upholding the gender binary. It's about acknowledging that men and women are a thing and they are separate and they are distinct and they are real and you are one or the other. What like the opposite of trans liberalism is going to be queer, which is the abolition of the gender binary. So you're making it too hard, Just Bitter. You like it's not like you're overthinking it. It is either about upholding the gender binary or abolishing the gender binary. That's what we're talking about, and it is only that.
People who have never even considered trans people all that much are being asked to consider us in ways more seriously. And it's happening not just in this blanket wall-to-wall sensational and prejudicial coverage in the British press, who do not have a monopoly in how everyone thinks and orientates themselves towards the world.
Yes.
They are not all
trans liberalism is trans normative. Exactly. Swifty, that's not correct. That's not what we're talking about, bro. I appreciate you, but that's not right. It's about abolishing the gender binary or upholding the gender binary. I know why you're saying that, but that's not correct.
All the legislators of reality, but in those quiet conversations with loved ones, acquaintances, colleagues, and comrades. But also that transgender people are no longer just addressing the presumed cisgender audience. We have a broader constituency. We've had a larger community, and we can have different conversations than we're used to being forced to have. So let's have them, I guess.
Yeah, I'll just mention this new book by Jeff Yessen's Daryl, which I was reading kind of to keep myself sane a bit in the in the preparation for this Power Images webcast we're currently going through. Yeah, and I feel like that book is a case in point, and there's several others of these. Yeah, the way that trans fiction seems to be really moving well beyond the kind of confessional or semi-autobiographical content, which I guess we need to be clear about this. What we need to be clear about is not that we are we're not opposing the confessional style or thinking it should be repressed or done away with by any stretch of the imagination. I think it's always going to be present, and it's especially prominent in the kind of social media zine form material we were talking about right at the start of the session.
Sorry, I just coughed and laughed at the same time. I'm sorry, what, Jules, Joey, and Gleason? What did you just say, Jules, Joey, and Gleason?
The kind of social media zine form.
Hello. Hello. We see you guys. We know where you're communicating. We know where all your propaganda is now. Thank you for telling us. Thanks for that clarification that we're all looking in the right place. And by the way, again, I just hate to toot my own horn here. We've been looking at the zines for a minute. We have a whole zine propaganda project. We started that even before we started looking at the anarchist shit. There's no one else on the internet except for the people in my community who are looking where these people are communicating. There is no one on the conservative right who's looking where these people are communicating except for us. We are over the fucking target. And it's one of those things, like, if you don't know what to listen for, you might just miss that, but we know what to listen for because we figured out what the target was.
Material we were talking about right at the start of the session. Like, this is always going to be a style that's in use for trans people coming to terms with their own social condition network.
Zines are always going to be a style that is in use for trans people coming to terms with their own social condition. How did we not see this sooner? How did we not get... We were even looking at their zines like a year... How did we not get there sooner? Well, I don't even know if this is a case where I was right. I mean, I feel like a whole bunch of us were like circling around this idea. Like, Honest Dog helped us flesh out this idea. I mean, Human Centipede, Stony Baloney has been absolutely critical in this. This isn't even just like I was right. This was, I mean, seriously, like a community thing where I think a lot of us were circling around the same thing, and then we all just happened to talk about how we were circling around the same thing. So I'll take it. I appreciate it, but
or whatever else. Like, there's a lot of uses for it, and there are pieces in the book. I think Farrah Thompson's is especially obvious as an example, which do deploy the confessional style to theoretical effect. But I think
this is where they learn outside of school. The entirety of the conservative right, led by James Lindsay, fucking moron, like, they're only focusing on what's going on in school, in the official academic journals. What we're looking at is where they learn outside of school.
What is changing, and what is very nice to see changing, is that there used to be, as you'll be aware, Juliet, this kind of like imperative. It used to be kind of like,
reason for that.
It used to be pretty difficult to get things published which were not using this mode. And I recall the experience back in 2016, 2017 of trying to get transgender Marxist theory out into the world through, through publications which were not purpose made for it. And at this point, it was like a slog. It was like pulling hen's teeth, to use an idiom. It was like a difficult challenge. But at this point, at this point, things have changed a lot. And I feel there was never any pressure from Pluto. In fact, if anything, the reverse, to kind of like include more it happened to me type content. And
Yep, Jeremiah is right. Jules is talking about how they use zines to get around the gatekeeping of traditional publishing, where they could still communicate with each other and get their ideas out there. And again, guys, this started in the late 80s and the early 90s. And this is the thing that the most active far leftists today have been using to communicate for a really long time outside of the official approved channels. Yeah, well, exactly. These people have they have clubs, they have hangout, they have bookstores. Listen, I've talked all the time about there's look up Radical Revolutionary Bookstore. There are radical revolutionary bookstores in cities all over the country, in every major city. A radical revolutionary bookstore is a socialist bookstore. It's where they hang out, they have classes, they have coffee shops, there are queer coffee shops, stuff like that. And that's where they distribute this stuff. And that's where I started realizing the zines were a thing when I went undercover at the first reproductive justice conference last year, because all of the different vendor tables had these zines. And I was like, what the fuck is this? And then I started seeing classes where they were teaching each other how to make zines. And then at the socialism conference, they were having all zines have always been when I've been interacting with queer vendors and stuff like that, they've always had zines to articulate. I actually I documented an abortion zine on the Substack over a year ago. This is the style that they use to communicate with each other. Well, it's funny that you ask that, Jeremiah. It's funny that you ask that. Hang on. It's funny that you ask for Unwoke zines, because you can head over to unwokeunderground.com. Unwoke Underground is a project that my community has been just slowly building out for a while. I know I need to update the website, where you can actually find Unwoke zines that you can download and that you can display on bulletin boards. And I want to do a whole project. I want to do a whole project this fall where we all pick a weekend and we all print off a bunch of propaganda and we all go to college campuses and just hang it up on billboards. I've got stickers that you can download. We've got PDFs you can download. You can go download the flyers. And this is all available for free. Nothing is being charged for this. Literally all we ask is that you don't modify it, you keep it like it is. All of these QR codes go back to my website for places where people can find more information. I have t-shirt designs with these designs on them that are rad. You can buy them in my store, or you can print them off yourself and make it yourself. Some of these are created by Honest Dog Allison. Some are created by Gala. Some are created by bots. Sin did some zines. Anyone can create this stuff. We're doing a project in my Discord. Anyone can create this stuff. You can print it off, put it in whatever order you want. We also have stickers and pin designs and more circular designs that you can do. So unwokeunderground.com, and you can find the zines. Yeah, the first zine I ever looked at was an abort. Hang on, I'll show you. The first zine I ever looked at. Not that. Oh, tell me. I didn't. Okay. This might there is an article on my Substack where I talk about zines and I break one down. I'm not going to look for it right this second, but that is actually a thing. Yep. Let me get the sound set back up. Yeah, there is zine merch too in the Unwoke Art store. If you go to unwokeart.com, you can find that merch. And again, guys, all you need to do is go to unwokeunderground.com, print it off. And if you're distributing the zines in your community, take a picture of it and send it to me, because I want to collect a whole bunch of pictures. Thank you, Human Centipede. I want to collect a whole bunch of pictures of people putting the zines out there in their community, in coffee shops or bookstores or dispensaries or music stores or things like that. So you hang it up on a billboard, take a picture, just send it to me later. That way we can have it. Well, that's exactly the point. Did you guys notice on the like it blends in with everything else? It looks fucking cool. Part of why conservatives fail is that they don't create things that look cool. Like the whole point of the zines is they look cool. Like people want to know what that is. It's like it's an underground counterculture thing. That is the entire point.
But I think that's something that's very welcome, and it's also something which Marxism always sort of provides, right? Like you shift out to the you shift out to the formal view, you shift out to the mode of production or the commodity form or whatever other framework you want to use, and then you see how things look from that level of appearance. But yeah, if we're talking trans writing, I've just got one more thing to plug, and that's this book No Tiger by Mika, which just arrived 2 days ago. So this is something else you might want to check out if you want kind of genre disintegrating kind of like poetry and prose and stuff. And the collection I'll also mention, We Want It All, is definitely something I would recommend to anyone who wants like a glimpse at different, like the kind of pluralism and diversity and like flourishing form of trans writing.
Yeah, it's really great to hear you talk so much about trans and non-binary writing there. I mean, I would second the recommendation for I Want It All. I think for We Want It All is a really, really good anthology, and there's some crossover in the contributors here. And it is interesting to hear you talk about literature and more creative forms of writing, because you look at the contributors to this volume, Nat Rahar is a poet, Geordie Rosenberg writes the afterword, and of course Geordie is a novelist. And, talking about this moving away from autobiography and memoir, I've always been quite upfront that the reason I wrote memoir is because it was clear to me at that point that neither I nor the wider trans intellectual community would be allowed to do anything else until we'd kind of done more of that. So, I have a volume of short stories coming out in a few weeks called Variations, like a look at the history of trans and non-binary people in Britain, and it's completely kind of moving away from autobiographical writing. But there's just one more thing. I want to ask this one more question about writing before we go to Virginia. We've actually got like our first question in from the audience, but I think that's going to work a lot better in the next section of the discussion. So I'm going to hold it over till then. But just to ask now, Elle, you brought this up in your introduction, the way sort of modernist literature has used trans people, and often particularly like trans women, as like stand-ins for destabilization of gender tradition, or even sometimes as like structuring devices for destabilization of literary form. I wouldn't throw all of that stuff out, actually. I would sort of mention novels like Cobra by Severo Sardoy or In Transit by Bridget Brophy that, are not novels about trans experiences. And they are texts that, kind of use this idea of the sort of gender non-conforming kind of figure as a kind of textual device or something. But I still think there's something interesting and good going on in those books. But I think what I'm kind of asking here is, do you think this volume can open up new possibilities for like literary and more creative writers as well as like political theory?
Unfortunately, I'm not really a literary person. I'm more of an economist. So I would hope so. Different aesthetic forms and aesthetic practices, new ways of discussing things and interrelating. But I couldn't comment in any real depth on that, I'm afraid. Jules?
Yeah, well, I would hope so. I would hope so. And also another thing to say in relation to this is, there are contributors who are trained in Nathaniel or Nate was Nathaniel Dixon's trained in comp lit, and I suppose another thing to say is like in terms of stylistic stuff, there's also material which I think would fall well outside what most people would think of as like theoretical writing. I think especially about the Deleuzian dialogue by the CAACD, the Cultural Association for the Advancement of Degeneracy. And we were meant to have Violet, who's one part of the CAACD, speaking tonight, but sadly she had a forced overtime experience with an employer. So unfortunately, her perspective has been repressed by the capitalist system, you could say. But there is this need for kind of different approaches and different styles to sort of be brought in there. And there's no reason that when we
This part of the conversation has me wondering is if there is much benefit in understanding the theoretical support of what they're talking about. So I would say no. I don't think there's any value. Okay, that's not true. There is value in understanding the theoretical underpinnings. However, I find that most people spend far too much time worrying about the theoretical underpinnings, and that distracts from understanding what they're doing in the real world, because the theoretical underpinnings are not predictive of what they're doing in the real world. That's what I mean when I say there's been a new strain, like the real world stuff, the zines, the subculture, the communiques, the propaganda, the manifestos, all that stuff is more predictive of what they're doing in the real world right now than the theoretical underpinnings. If you want to spend all your time understanding the theory, you're more than welcome to do that, but that is not going to tell you what they are doing in the real world right now, and it's not a discussion I'm going to get into. There are plenty of people focusing on the theoretical underpinnings. There are plenty of people doing that, and those people have solved exactly 0 problems. Also, those people that are obsessed with the theoretical underpinnings do not currently understand what is going on in the real world. And so I'm not saying there's no value to it, but what we're doing and by the way, you aren't fluent in their language yet. When you are fluent in their language, you will understand more than you think you will. And people dismiss that. They ask me all the time, what are we actually doing with this? And I say, when you become fluent in their language, you will understand. But it's one of those things that you can't rush. There's no shortcut. There's no cheat. You actually just have to become fluent in their language. But once you become fluent in their language, you will understand what to do. And I know it's a leap of faith, and I know you just need to trust me on that, but I also have a bunch of people in the chat who will back me up on that.
think about theoretical writing, we have to think about like an enormous, comprehensive, thoroughly point-by-point argued through syllogism rich chunk of text. Although I do enjoy producing that kind of writing from time to time, it's that there needs to be a more kind of flourishing. And I think one thing especially to mention about the collection is, when we're talking about like the polyphonic approach, I think for us, there was an understanding that many of the people who would be contributing to this kind of a collection do have academic backgrounds. In one or two cases, they were in the process of quitting their PhDs or finishing their PhDs and quitting academia. In other cases, you have sort of like, dropouts. Two contributors kind of remarked that they were pleased to be in a collection of writing like this, having dropped out of their studies. And this is kind of like the reality of like trans theorizing a lot of the time. Like you have a lot of these, you do have increasingly trans academics who actually have posts and even important positions, i.e. management positions in these institutions. Very few, but like there are trans people in that position. But like the reality is for every one of them, there's going to be dozens who've, for whatever reason, crashed out of academia, out of their poetry scene, out of wherever else. So this is like, these are the kind of voices you really have to look out for and like make sure also find their way into your like published material. And for me, that's kind of part of the thrill of it, I guess. And like part of the joy of completing something of this kind. Because like, there's no reason you should you should have to live a life that features like a steady workplace and never features inpatient treatment. As the new euphemism is for that. That's always what trans theorization is going to look like. It's not going to be a tidy or like a clear process where every thinker is like, oh, this is a phenomenologist, so they're in a philosophy faculty. That's great. The reality is always going to be more chaotic than that.
Great, that's a really interesting answer. Thank you. So I think we'll go to Virginia now, and she will have some translation. But we'll hear from Virginia, and then I'll bring the conversation back round to all of us and to the audience questions. Got a few questions in that I think we'll take after Virginia speaks. So Virginia, I'll hand over to you now.
Boa tarde a todos, todas e a todos. Eu queria, antes de tudo, poder agradecer muito a Jules e a El pela construção desse projeto, né, que a gente veio debatendo desde 2019 e atravessou aí, está atravessando a pandemia, né, e uma série de transformações políticas e sociais pelo mundo, né, para citar algumas delas, né, o segundo ciclo aí da luta de classe internacional, né, com greves.
Why do we have to have a non-English language speaker? Why?
Importantes na França, o levante popular no Equador, no Chile, os golpes reacionários como o da Bolívia, Mianmar, e a ascensão aí, a crise da extrema-direita.
Hi, everybody. My name is Virginia. That's Virginia. I'm Tatiana, but that's Virginia. I'm translating. And so she says she wants to first thank Jules and Elle very much for putting together this project that they've been discussing since 2019. That's gone through, this project has gone through the pandemic and a series of political and social transformations around the world. Just to name a few, the international cycle of class struggle that we saw in 2019 with important strikes in France, huge uprisings in Ecuador and Chile, and reactionary coups in Bolivia and Myanmar. And also, we've seen the rise and the crisis of an extreme far right. And also the eruption of like a questioning of the police in the heart of US imperialism with Black Lives Matter.
Sim, e sobre também esse levante, né, bastante forte, né, do Black Lives Matter e
Adam's apple. Just want to point this out. Adam's apple.
Recente luta do povo palestino, né, contra o Estado sionista de Israel e a chegada da própria pandemia global, né, que aprofundou a crise econômica e escancarou a face mais cruel e desumana do capitalismo, onde todo o avanço tecnológico, né, e todas as forças produtivas que estiveram aí voltadas aos lucros, né, inclusive acima das vidas, demonstraram aí como o capitalismo é impotente para lutar, inclusive, contra um vírus. Então, é uma imensa alegria poder fazer parte dessa coletânea inédita, né, que relaciona a luta trans e o marxismo.
And it's also important to note the recent struggle of Palestinian folks against the Zionist state of Israel. And also
This was 3 years ago, by the way. This was not after October 7th. This was 3 years ago.
Context of, we're all doing this via Zoom in our houses, of the global pandemic that really deepened the economic crisis and has revealed the most cruel and inhuman face of capitalism, where even though there's huge advances of technology, the advance of productive forces, that even so, corporations are obviously focused on profit over and above the lives of folks who are dying as a result of the pandemic.
That's the basis of why they hate capitalism, by the way. They believe that capitalism, which is again is defined as private property ownership, so it causes every problem in the world because capitalism is more concerned with profit over human life and all of those things. And so they believe if they get rid of capitalism, they will also get rid of all the world's problems because they believe capitalism is the root cause of all the world's problems. Chris, that doesn't matter. What matters is what they're saying. I need you to pay attention to what they're saying, bro. Not any owning the libs. We do not own the libs here.
And all of these issues are trans issues. And in that sense, it's a huge joy to be part of this collection that makes these connections between trans issues and Marxism.
E eu gostaria de destacar a importância dessa publicação hoje, em meio a essa enorme crise capitalista, né, que foi aprofundada aí pelo coronavírus e tornou ainda mais evidente que cada direito, né, que a gente obteve aí nos últimos anos não são uma conquista perene, mas estão sujeitos a cortes, né, e ajustes que imponham os governos e as instituições financeiras internacionais, já que a crise agudiza a polarização social e faz ressurgir com virulência os setores mais reacionários que expressaram sua xenofobia, homofobia, misoginia e a transfobia.
And so I want to highlight the importance of this publication today in the context of capitalist crisis and the pandemic, that shows and really highlights that every single right that is won under capitalism is also subject to cuts, to austerity, to being walked back by governments and by international imperialist financial institutions. And we've seen that capitalist crisis sharpens social polarization and causes the most reactionary sectors of society to resurface with, hatred and the most hateful expressions of xenophobia, homophobia, misogyny, and transphobia. And Virginia's from Brazil, so she's a lot of experience with that.
E também que não são poucos os governos, né, que por trás de um discurso supostamente progressista escondem também compromissos com setores direitistas e fazem concessões a diversos grupos religiosos, né, reforçando aí o controle social com a retirada de direitos e liberdades democráticas.
And there are a lot of governments that, not just the right-wing ones, but the ones that pretend that they're not right-wing, but that behind closed doors make compromises, make concessions to the religious right and to other right-wing sectors of society that, advance and threaten the most basic democratic rights and democratic freedoms.
E depois de mais de 30 anos, desde a queda da burocracia soviética, as nossas gerações, né, cresceram aí ouvindo sobre um tal socialismo real que não acolhe a diversidade, né? Nos venderam uma ideia de que as democracias capitalistas seriam o ápice da socialização, né, da civilização, né? Bom, mas aí chegou 2021, né, e a gente teve que assistir em todo mundo, né, gente vestindo peles e chifres, delirando no meio do edifício aí de Capitólio nos Estados Unidos, e ficou um pouco evidente que não é bem assim o ápice da civilização.
And also the context is important, that it's been, 30 years since the fall of the Soviet bureaucracy. And, we're part of a generation who grew up hearing that, real socialism doesn't welcome LGBT people, doesn't welcome trans folks, that capitalist democracies were, the apex of democracy and, quote, civilization. But, in 2021, we saw...
Hang on. This is super important. Victor! You guys are going to hear me yell something at my husband. Victor! Romain Bardet won the first stage of the Tour de France. That's pretty cool, huh? Sorry. Cycling nerd moment. I didn't realize Romain Bardet won the first stage. I love him. I don't care, Victor. It's still cool, okay? Sorry, I had a moment. Point of personal privilege. If you don't watch the Tour de France, you don't understand.
Right-wingers, white supremacists, going to the U.S. Capitol building, and storming it. And so it's really clear that, that capitalist democracy isn't, what it promises. It isn't that. And so, that's it. That's all.
E eu acho que, então, esse discurso é, na verdade, uma forma artificial de atrelar o marxismo ao seu oposto, né, o stalinismo, para separar a classe trabalhadora e os setores mais oprimidos da única teoria científica da nossa emancipação, né, porque justamente a gente tem essa contribuição hoje para dizer que é necessário uma revolução para poder conquistar a liberdade trans.
And that kind of discourse is an artificial way to link Marxism to what's really the opposite of Marxism, to Stalinism, and to separate the working class and the most oppressed sectors of society, like trans folks, from the only theory that really can.
Remember, so like a lot of socialists believe that Stalin basically ruined everything. Socialists believe that what Lenin was doing was just great, and if Lenin was just left to if the tradition of Lenin just kept going, then everything would have been fine. And they believe that Stalin came in and ruined everything. That's why they said that Stalin is the opposite of Marxism.
Give us the tools for our own emancipation, which is Marxism. And that very clearly states that we need a revolution to overthrow the capitalist system in order to achieve trans liberation and all of our liberation.
Então, certamente, essa elaboração veio para contrapor uma visão caricaturizada, né, de um Marx branco, europeu, heterossexual e cisgênero que não teria nenhuma preocupação com uma completa emancipação de todas as esferas da vida. Ou uma resposta um pouco de um Marx que, para a emancipação das mulheres, seria apenas a sua entrada no mercado de trabalho para garantir a independência financeira, quando, na verdade, a concretização das ideias marxistas na Revolução Russa foi o ponto mais alto das tentativas de criar as condições materiais para transformar todas as esferas da vida, né? Sendo o primeiro país do mundo a legalizar o aborto, a descriminalizar a homossexualidade e a garantir restaurantes, lavanderias, creches públicas para acabar com o trabalho doméstico, coisa que muitas democracias até hoje não garantiram.
And so what this book is able to do is counter this stereotypical or stereotype that we often see of Marxism as being white, cis, European, Marxism that isn't about the emancipation of people in all spheres of life, including gender and sexuality. Or it's this stereotype that, that the answer to women's oppression is just, entry into the labor market. And that's not Marxism at all. And this book points that out. And when in fact, Virginia is posing that the Marxist ideas that we should support are, sort of had their highest expression in, the Russian Revolution, where the material conditions, where they were fighting for the material conditions to transform all spheres of life. It was the first country to legalize abortion, over 100 years ago, to decriminalize homosexuality, to guarantee that there was public daycare and public laundromats for folks, and trying to socialize domestic work. And these are all things that bourgeois democracies don't even give us today.
Mas foi justamente nesse processo dentro da Rússia revolucionária, né, de revolução e contra-revolução, que pôde se criar bases científicas para a teoria da revolução permanente, desenvolvida aí por um dos mais importantes revolucionários do século XX, o Leon Trotsky, que para mim é a representação do marxismo nos dias de hoje, né, no século XXI. E para falar dele, eu quero paradoxalmente falar de algo que ele não escreveu.
And so when we think about the process of revolution and counter-revolution, taking up the experience of the Russian Revolution, it's super important to talk about the theory of the permanent revolution by one of the most important leaders, Marxist leaders of the 20th century, Leon Trotsky, which for me is the representation of Marxism in the 21st century. And we're going to talk about him, about something that he didn't.
Does James Lindsay ever talk about Trotsky? I'm asking, I don't know.
Right explicitly, but that he implied in his body of work.
E apesar dele não ter escrito nenhuma grande obra sobre a libertação trans, foi parte de um conjunto do seu pensamento, né, a conclusão de que a luta de classes durante a Revolução ela não se encerra, né, mas ela justamente se agudiza. né? E que isso ajuda a gente a refletir sobre uma preocupação muito importante e que a gente constantemente escuta dentro do movimento trans, que é uma desconfiança, né, se o socialismo seria capaz de garantir essa libertação trans, ou que a classe trabalhadora seria preconceituosa e transfóbica naturalmente.
And so, in that respect, talking about Trotsky's body of work, he comes to this conclusion that class struggle doesn't end with the seizure of power by the working class, but actually becomes more acute. So the revolution isn't the end; it's the beginning. And so I'm mentioning this because it's an important concern that we constantly come up against in the trans community. Mistrust of socialism, the idea that, well, maybe socialism can't guarantee trans liberation, or the idea that the working class is prejudiced or transphobic just naturally. And so I want to dialogue with that idea.
Diferente dessas caricaturas, né, stalinistas que afirmavam que a tomada do poder seria mais ou menos 90% das tarefas do socialismo, para o Trotsky, na verdade, se tratava de algo próximo aos 10%, né? Porque a revolução não garantiria uma verdadeira emancipação, mas seria uma condição para isso se realizar.
And so, unlike Stalinist caricatures that claim that like seizure of power meant like you were like 90% there to like liberatory socialism, for Trotsky, it's more close to like, I don't know, 10%, meaning that the revolution, the seizure of power, is not a guarantee for our emancipation, but it's a precondition for it.
E do que se trataria, então, essa condição? Né? Acho que, em primeiro lugar, é justamente poder romper toda essa estrutura baseada na desigualdade, na transformação da diferença, numa justificativa para subjugar um grupo sobre outro, né, como um mecanismo de aumentar as taxas de exploração, de criar as condições políticas, sociais e econômicas para poder enfrentar, então, séculos de ideologia burguesa, racista, LGBTfóbica e patriarcal.
And so what do we mean when we say like a condition for our liberation? First, it's to break this whole structure of capitalism that is based on inequality,
for trans, we suffer through so much in these presentations. We suffer through so much. We suffer through non-English translation. We suffer through word salad. We suffer until we hit the golden nugget clip that we can use to explain this to anyone. Trans liberation means they need to abolish capitalism, to break the structure of capitalism. Let me get my clippy clip tool set up, and we're going to clip the shit out of that. One sec.
And so what do we mean when we say like a condition for our liberation? First, it's to break this whole structure of capitalism that is based on inequality, that uses the differences amongst us into justification to subjugate one group. And it's a mechanism to increase the rates of exploitation.
It's okay. E justamente a revolução, dentro da revolução, que aí teria esse caráter permanente para o Trotsky, é um processo, né, que depende do desenvolvimento internacional da revolução, assim como a autoatividade das massas, né? Porque é justamente enquanto as massas se movimentam que a sua consciência, né, que é determinada aí pela sua existência, se pode desenvolver. Né? Ou, nas palavras do próprio Trotsky, seria um desejo íntimo e individual de cultura e progresso para investir conscientemente contra as violências do passado e contra a subordinação. O que certamente também já estava em Marx quando ele dizia que a revolução seria obra dos próprios trabalhadores de forma consciente.
So what the revolution does, it creates the political, social conditions to confront centuries of racist, bourgeois ideology that is LGBT phobic, transphobic, patriarchal. And so precisely after the seizure of power, we're talking about a revolution within a revolution. And that's what the permanent character of the permanent revolution is. And it depends on an international process of development. That's why we have to be internationalists. And it's also based on the, action of the masses that when we're in movement are able to advance in their consciousness. Because, Marx says that consciousness is determined also by concrete experiences. And so this is a quote from Trotsky that my translation is not very good, so we're gonna skip it out. We'll send it out later or something. But basically, the idea here is that as masses are in movement, consciousness develops, and consciousness against forms of oppression that are ingrained and necessary for capitalism.
Do you guys get that? In order for trans liberation, hang on, I'm just saving the clip. In order for trans people to be liberated, the first step is breaking capitalism, and then after that, they need to basically do they want to break capitalism. They want to elevate people's consciousness to how they are oppressed by capitalism. And they see this as a global movement, because if it's not a global movement, then capitalism will not be broken, because they believe that capitalism is the thing that keeps people unequal. Does everyone understand that? In order for trans, we do not debunk here. Debunking means you don't understand them. We do not debunk. Debunking never works. In order for trans people to be liberated, capitalism must be broken, because capitalism is the thing that is keeping them oppressed. Does everyone understand that? If you have questions about that, please ask them. I don't want to be intimidating to new people, but I need you to ask the question, okay? Trans liberation means the abolition of capitalism. All right, let's keep going. Well, if not everyone understands it, they need to speak up. If you don't understand it, let us know. We'll explain. Especially if you're new. Nothing wrong with being new.
E por que, então, isso seria importante hoje nesse lançamento, né? Por que eu estou falando tudo isso? Né? Porque esse livro me parece que pode cumprir um papel inicial, não apenas de contrapor uma dessas principais vitórias do neoliberalismo, em separar o combate às opressões de um combate ao conjunto da exploração capitalista, mas também pode servir para um debate com a própria esquerda, né? Para as pessoas trans também poderem combater as distorções do marxismo, retomando o seu sentido revolucionário. Né? As travestis na linha de frente, na luta de classes agora, de Mianmar à Colômbia, são uma prova de que, frente a toda a crise econômica, são os setores mais oprimidos que lutam para construir um mundo novo.
And so why am I talking about this? What does it have to do with this book release? Because this book can play an initial role in countering what was one of the victories, right, of neoliberalism, because neoliberalism was able to separate the fight against oppression from the fight against capitalist exploitation. And our job is to connect those two things.
Neoliberalism separated. Let me read that again. Let me listen to that again. Actually, I'm just going to clip it. Hang on. I'm just going to clip it. But I do want to listen to it again. Everyone pay attention. Hang on. Come on, Clippy tool. There you go.
Para construir um mundo novo.
And so why am I talking about this? What does it have to do with this book release? Because this book can play an initial role in countering what was one of the victories, right, of neoliberalism, because neoliberalism was able to separate the fight against oppression from the fight against capitalist exploitation. And our job is to connect those two things again. And it also allows us to open a debate with the left itself. It also allows trans folks and gives trans folks tools to fight against these distortions of Marxism and retaking, reclaiming a revolutionary Marxism, because trans women are on the front lines of international struggle. You look at Myanmar to Colombia, trans women are on the front lines and are proving that in the face of every economic crisis, in the face of every crisis, it's the most oppressed sectors of society that are on the front lines and seek to build a new world.
So again, they're far more concerned about the Democrats, the neoliberals, than they are about the right. I want people to see this. They have not mentioned, they've mentioned the right like a couple times, but basically what they've said is like far right extremists, and they kind of do it as a throwaway. When they're talking about neoliberals, which neoliberal is another word that they use for Democrats. All right, good night, Rottweiler, appreciate you. When they're talking about the neoliberals, they're saying that the neoliberals tried to separate the fight for equality from the fight to abolish capitalism. This is why socialists do not view Democrats as socialists. Right-wingers believe that Democrats are socialists. Real socialists believe that Democrats are way too close to capitalism. They don't believe progressives are socialists. They don't believe liberals are socialists. They don't even believe that democratic socialists are socialists. Okay? So the left, the real radical revolutionary far left, has more concerns about the Democratic Party than they do about, they never mention the Republican Party. Literally never mention them. If they mention anything about the right, it's far right extremists. It's not the Republican Party, though. Does everyone see that? The reason that the left does not like the Democrats, the neoliberals, is because the neoliberals just wanted to make things equal for everyone. They did not want to abolish capitalism. Does everyone understand that? Real socialists, their only goal is to abolish capitalism. Again, that's defined as private property ownership, your ability to own a home, land, apartment rentals, intellectual property, private business, your parental rights, your individual liberties. Those are all considered to be private property under their ideology. There is no other definition of capitalism that matters. It is only and exclusively about capitalism. Neoliberals want reform. They do not want revolution. Exactly. You don't need a visual for this. Democrats are not socialists. Progressives are not socialists. Democratic socialists are not socialists. They're all neoliberals. That's how they define them. There's no visual that's required. It would be like Democratic Party with a big X through it saying not socialist. And to be honest, every time the right says that the Democrats are socialists, they actually undermine what they claim to be fighting against. Every time the right says that the Democrats are socialists, these people win.
E justamente por isso, eu acho que é importante também abrir balanço crítico, né, da esquerda internacional.
If you want to share with normies, what you need to say is the Democratic Party are not socialist. Progressives are not socialist. Liberals are not socialist. Democratic socialists aren't even considered to be real socialists. And they're going to look at you like you're crazy, and then they're going to call you a socialist, and they're going to say, "Are you a communist?" And then they're going to accuse you of voting for Joe Biden because they're stupid and they don't listen. But like, this doesn't require a visual. This is literally just saying that Democrats are not considered to be socialists by actual socialists.
que tem aí, ao longo dos últimos anos, se dividido bastante em dois blocos, né, digamos assim, que pode ser visto praticamente, de forma prática, né, no recente e incrível movimento Black Lives Matter norte-americano, que contagiou o mundo todo, inclusive aqui no Brasil, a partir, né, da luta por justiça, né, ao assassinato racista do George Floyd, e que abriu um questionamento fundamental de uma das instituições pilares, né, do sistema capitalista, como a própria polícia, que inclusive, né, reprimia as LGBTs ali e levou à própria irrupção de Stonewall há 50 anos atrás.
And also, we have to talk about, the way the international left has sort of positioned itself in this. And we can think about folks in two sort of large blocks that we can think even, very practically in the Black Lives Matter movement after the racist murder of George Floyd, that in the US opened this questioning of a pillar of capitalism in the heart of imperialism, the police. Eu acho que foi aí.
E uma das reivindicações, né,
This is not helpful. If you are not here to learn and you are only here to shitpost, I'm going to ban you. I need you to be listening to what's being said. This is not a place for you to own the libs in the chat.
Uma reivindicação totalmente legítima, né? Porque se tratava justamente, em primeiro lugar, da vida do povo negro ali sendo brutalmente assassinada, né? Com Breonna Taylor e outras tantas vítimas aí do racismo policial, mas também é um debate estratégico, né? Porque coloca o problema da união das fileiras operárias que estão divididas entre os trabalhos formais e informais, né? E que inclusive teve um contraponto importante, que foi justamente algumas expressões dessa confluência entre o movimento negro e o movimento operário, como o caso dos motoristas de ônibus, né, que se negaram a levar os manifestantes presos, ou mesmo os portuários, que junto com outros trabalhadores começaram a exigir a saída da polícia dos seus próprios sindicatos.
And we can see, the importance of this movement and also the way in which the movement there's a strategic question at hand here about the unity of the working class and the way that the working class can play a role in fighting for Black struggle, fighting in the labor movement. We saw examples of this with bus drivers who refused to take protesters to jail, or dock workers who went on strike for Black lives, or other workers who demanded to remove the cops from their unions.
Bom, então, dentro desses dois blocos, né, a gente poderia dizer que teve um bloco, né, que diretamente não interveio nesse movimento, né, setores da esquerda que sempre acham que o combate às opressões seria uma forma de dividir, né, a nossa luta, né, e eu, sinceramente, acho que em relação a esses setores não deveriam nem ser mais tratados como de esquerda, né.
And in that context, we can think about, the positions of the left. There's one sector that, says that talking about oppression divides the working class. That is, we shouldn't talk about oppression. And to be honest, in my opinion, those people aren't socialists. Those people aren't Marxists. We can't even consider them leftists.
Mas também
Those people aren't socialists. Those people aren't Marxists. We can't even consider them leftists. The real socialists say this all the time, and the fucking conservatives don't listen.
Eu acho que tem um outro setor que intervém nesses movimentos, né, sem ter um eixo de fortalecer essa unidade entre a classe trabalhadora e os movimentos sociais, né, sem colocar, por exemplo, né, o peso que tem nas entidades estudantis, nos sindicatos, seus próprios parlamentares, para desenvolver esses aspectos, né, de organização dos trabalhadores, né, para poder dar uma saída de fundo, o que a gente viu que acabou limitando bastante as próprias aspirações que tinha o Black Lives Matter, né, quando se resulta aí na eleição do Biden, né, junto com a Kamala Harris, que ganhou o título, né, da primeira mulher negra a bombardear a Síria. E, como a gente viu recentemente, também deu seu apoio ao massacre ao povo palestino, que eu também queria deixar aqui toda a minha solidariedade, desde o Põe Rosas, desde do MRT, que é uma luta essencial hoje.
And then on the other hand, there's sectors of the left who didn't push further than and allowed the movement to be limited to electing Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, who won the title of being the first Black woman to bomb Syria, and also
now they're shit talking Joe Biden and Kamala Harris
to support the massacre of the Palestinian people. And on that note, all solidarity to the Palestinian folks who are fighting and struggling today.
Bom, essas reflexões, de alguma maneira, elas tentam estar presentes no meu artigo, né, que é Notes from Brazil, né, que foi escrito em 2019 e que eu convido todo mundo que quiser conhecer mais sobre as dificuldades, né, de construir aí essa luta anticapitalista no Brasil a poder ler. Mas a principal reflexão teórica sobre o Brasil que me parece importante compartilhar aqui com vocês é que nós aqui estamos, né, no polo mais reacionário do mundo, né, com mais de 400 mil mortes por coronavírus, e é o país onde mais se matam pessoas trans do mundo. Né? A nossa perspectiva, por exemplo, caiu de 35 anos para 30 anos. Né? A nossa perspectiva de vida com a pandemia hoje é de apenas 30 anos.
And those are some of the reflections that I wanted to put forward here, which also I explain a bit in my article in the book, Notes from Brazil, which was written in 2019. And I invite everyone who wants to know more about the situation in Brazil to read it. But my main theoretical reflection about Brazil that I want to share here is that it is the most reactionary, one of the most reactionary poles in the world, with 400,000 deaths by the pandemic, by the coronavirus, and where it's the country that has the most murders of trans people in the world. Our life expectancy for trans women fell from 35 to 30 years old during the pandemic.
E então, frente a essa situação assim dramática que a gente está vendo aqui, que é importante pensar, né, quais são os problemas também de atuação de diversos grupos dos movimentos sociais de combate às opressões por fora da política. Né, grupos feministas ou LGBTQI+, que não viam a importância de atuar contra o golpe institucional.
If you think that Chase Oliver is a transgender Marxist, you are a literal retard and you are not smart enough to be here.
Em 2016, por não se tratar de uma pauta restrita ao combate às opressões, caíram numa armadilha desse multiculturalismo progressista, né, que é neoliberal, né, a gente não pode esquecer, que foi cheio de ataques, né, que inclusive levaram a uma maior precarização da saúde, da
The Free Palestine movement has been around for over 20 years. The Free Palestine movement was a thing when I was in college. Every Democrat knows about the Free Palestine movement. It's only the right that doesn't know about the Free Palestine movement because they don't actually listen to what the left says and does. The Free Palestine movement at some point was co-opted by the far left radical revolutionary socialists. And so there were always Free Palestine people. It was always a thing that actually they did care about. But at some point, the far left co-opted them. We literally have Angela Davis on tape saying they co-opted them in order to push a far left political ideology. But that's not to say the Free Palestine thing was never a thing. The Free Palestine thing was always a thing because the Palestinians very literally live in an open air prison, and they have been for a very long time. And anyone who says otherwise is lying to you because they are Zionists who are beholden to Israel.
Educação e, consequentemente, da vida da população trans, e também levou o próprio reacionário Bolsonaro para a presidência.
And from this perspective, it's important to think about the problems that we've seen in Brazil among the left with feminist or LGBTQ groups that didn't mobilize against the institutional coup in 2016 because it wasn't very strictly a trans issue. And so they didn't fight against the coup in 2016. And so you ended up falling into a trap of progressive neoliberalism or progressive multiculturalism that doesn't fight against the multiple neoliberal attacks that create more precarious conditions for the lives of trans people and open the way for Bolsonaro to come to power.
Então, um dos aspectos que eu tento tratar nesse artigo é justamente, né, como o Brasil expressa de forma emblemática, né, duas das tendências internacionais fundamentais que obstruem hoje o caminho para a nossa emancipação. Né? Por um lado, a gente tem a repressão e a marginalização das nossas identidades, que está representada por Bolsonaro, né, e mais 70 países que ainda hoje criminalizam a homossexualidade. E, por um outro lado, essa cooptação neoliberal que busca reduzir as nossas aspirações às estreitas margens capitalistas, né, representado aqui no Brasil pelo Supremo Tribunal Federal e a Rede Globo, e internacionalmente por esse multiculturalismo que é cheio de ataques contra as massas trabalhadoras.
And so, in that sense, we see international trends that obstruct the path to our emancipation. The repression and marginalization of trans folks and other folks represented by Bolsonaro, and the neoliberal co-optation that wants to reduce our aspirations to the most narrow margins within capitalism. And in Brazil, we see that represented by the global network and the Supreme Court, but around the world, we see this kind of progressive neoliberalism that wants to restrict our movement to the small margins and crumbs of capitalism.
E então, por último, também já para encerrando aqui a minha intervenção, eu acho também que tem um outro aspecto do livro que pode servir muito para a gente também, que é justamente para poder aportar num debate que está colocado também internacionalmente, que é qual é o tipo de organização que a gente precisa para poder derrubar o capitalismo e para poder liberar as identidades trans e toda a nossa potência sexual. Né? Seria um tipo de partido aí, como a gente tem visto aparecer ao redor do mundo, como Syriza na Grécia ou Podemos no Estado espanhol, que foi criando ilusões que poderíamos enfrentar todos os ataques que estavam colocados aí pelas organizações internacionais e financeiras pela via eleitoral?
And so in that sense, just to start wrapping up, to wrap up, it's important to think about, if we are revolutionary socialists and we want to overthrow capitalism to liberate all trans folks and all people, working class people, would it, is it a party? What kind of groups do we need for that, right? Is it stuff like groups like Syriza and Podemos that created illusions that we can confront capitalism from within the system, they ended up just being the same agents of austerity that we've seen around the world?
Bom, não me parece muito, porque justamente esses mesmos partidos, em poucos anos, se tornaram os próprios agentes dos ajustes econômicos contra as massas trabalhadoras. E agora também a recente crise do NPA francês, né, como parte desses partidos amplos, né, que buscavam aí unificar reformistas e revolucionários, né, também está levando a vários debates importantes no interior da esquerda francesa, porque até mesmo pensam em não ter um candidato próprio contra essa polarização entre a extrema-direita da Le Pen e a direita, né, oficial do Macron.
And also there's, a debate, for example, on the French left with the NPA that is thinking about not having its own independent socialist candidate to face the polarization between Macron and Le Pen, that also represents this idea of like broad parties being able to face the crisis of capitalism.
Então, eu acredito que a contribuição que a gente pode fazer hoje, né, é justamente um pouco do que nós, da fração trotskista, né, Quarta Internacional, que eu faço parte, aqui no Brasil, e que a gente está intervindo em vários lugares do mundo, né, é justamente poder estar na linha de frente de cada um desses combates, né, como nos Estados Unidos, né, frente ao Black Lives Matter, mas denunciando o desvio que as eleições do Biden buscavam criar, de levar esses questionamentos para dentro das suas instituições, né, do próprio poder podre norte-americano. Na França, é um pouco isso que a gente tenta fazer também com a corrente comunista revolucionária. Né? No Chile, também, o processo aí de desvio das mobilizações de 2019, né, nessa constituinte institucional, e aqui no Brasil é o debate que a gente faz com o PSOL, né, de justamente poder contrapor esse seguidismo ao PT, né, de não intervir na luta de classes, lutando justamente para poder fazer a classe trabalhadora emergir como sujeito que possa responder isso com as travestis, com as mulheres trans, com os homens trans, com toda a comunidade LGBT na linha de frente. Então, muito obrigada e queria agradecer de novo aqui estar nesse espaço, nesse debate.
And so the question for us is, as internationalists, as socialists, is to put up fights for independent socialist organizations all over the world, whether it be in Chile, where the movement in the streets is now sort of deviated to a sort of deal within Congress, or here in Brazil, where we're having a debate with the PSOL and the Workers' Party. And so the key for us is to play a role in class struggle, so that in each of the countries where we organize for the self-organization of working class and oppressed people in all of these movements, where trans people, trans men, trans women, trans folks are on the front lines of this struggle against capitalism and all forms of oppression and exploitation. So thank you for having me.
All right, Q&A. I want Q&A. Come on. Give us some English Q&A.
Okay, yes, thank you. Thank you, Virginia.
Oh, thank God.
We've not got to...
I just want to congratulate everyone who made it through the Spanish section of the presentation. That wasn't actually on my bingo card for today. I didn't think they were going to do that. But, that was a lot. We did actually get some good information about it. I just want to acknowledge that sitting through multi-fucking-lingual sections of these presentations can be... I just hope everyone had a drink and a snack and everyone was just, relaxing. But we got it. We made it. Let's see. We got about 20 minutes left. As a reminder, guys, please mount the like button for me. This is an extra long presentation tonight because it was almost 2 hours long. But once we watch it once, we don't ever have to come back to it again. So you're through the hard part. Well, whatever. Spanish, it doesn't really matter. The non-English section, Sin.
Much time left. I'm very conscious that we could discuss a lot of these issues and the things springing out of them all night, really, and maybe one day we all will. But I do want to just bring in some of the audience questions, really. So I'm going to go straight to those.
Something just occurred to me that only the OG members of my community will really understand. If the Queen from England ever decides to embrace his true self, that's what he's going to look like. I'm just going to put it out there. But his current state, if he just put on a wig, that's what he would look like. And now you're never going to be able to unsee it.
And I think as we've got Virginia here, I think it might be nice to start with this question from Gregory Monk, who asks, are there any places worldwide in which there is a potential for deeper democratization of health services and the doctor-patient relationship which could benefit trans people and provide hope? So I'm going to throw that open.
Should I translate that? Or
Sure, that sounds good.
Quer saber se tem algum lugar do mundo onde tem potencial para democratização de saúde na relação entre médico e paciente que ajudaria as pessoas trans.
Oh God, they asked the fucking Portuguese person a fucking question? or Brazilian person, whatever.
Bom, eu acredito que uma das principais formas, né, do capitalismo recente, né, foi justamente utilizar a saúde como uma forma de determinar o que seria uma identidade saudável, né, e o que seria uma identidade...
Roslyn in with the big super chat. Thank you, Roslyn, so much for your support. Hi, Carlin. Having my mid-morning coffee. I'm enjoying this stream and finding it very expansive knowledge-wise. How's your knitting going? I've just finished a long cardigan. You know, I've been kind of slacking on the knitting lately, Roslyn. I just haven't been in a knitting mood because I've been occupying my hands with slime. I do have a project I'm working on that's like just like a stripy chevron shawl that's like garter stitch and really not that interesting, but something I can do very easily without thinking about it. Hey, but I appreciate you. I hope everything is well down in Adelaide, I think, and I really do appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much for your support, and I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. And guys, just as a reminder, last chance for a super chat if you appreciate me showing you this stuff and breaking it down and hopefully making it a little bit more bearable. You know, show the love. That's all I'm saying. Support the work I'm doing. I appreciate it.
Não saudável, né? Colocando nós, como pessoas trans, como doenças mentais, né? Isso mudou muito recentemente, em 2019, mas só para vocês terem uma ideia, o processo de eu transformar o meu nome, né, de conquistar o direito ao meu nome, foi baseado na argumentação de que eu era uma doente mental, né? Num momento de crise econômica, me parece que não temos muito como pensar uma democratização do sistema de saúde, senão justamente por batalhar para que as pessoas trans, junto com os trabalhadores da saúde, possam colocar o controle sobre a saúde, né? Decidir isso, em unidade, inclusive, com as universidades, para poder elaborar pesquisas e estudos sobre isso, porque enquanto isso estiver na mão dos capitalistas, o interesse é o lucro, e nós, pessoas trans, não somos fonte de lucro na saúde, porque temos que nos colocar em situações extremas de violência para poder acessar a saúde, né? Aqui no Brasil é muito comum as pessoas injetarem, né, em si mesmas diversas, chamam de bombadeiras, né, que seriam a injeção de silicone industrial. Então, essa é a realidade da maioria das pessoas trans, pelo menos no Brasil.
Thank you, Bad Cat. Appreciate it.
So she says that in Brazil, the healthcare system has been used as a weapon against trans people. That in Brazil, trans people being trans is still seen as a like mental disorder, disability, and wow. That for Virginia to be able to change her name, she had to go through the process of saying that she had. That she had a mental illness. And so in her vision, the democratizing of healthcare also has to do with the fight against a privatized healthcare system that the capitalists use to make profit off of.
The democratizing of healthcare means what? What does the democratizing of healthcare mean? And she just kind of said it. What do they mean when they say the democratizing of healthcare? Pop quiz. What do they mean when they say the democratizing of healthcare? They mean free healthcare for all. They mean universal healthcare. Universal healthcare. Exactly. Universal healthcare. Universal healthcare. Because again, they just said they are against the privatization of healthcare. That means private doctors. They want all healthcare to be free, to include trans surgery, to include anything you want, to include abortion, up to anything under the sun. They want all healthcare to be free, provided by the state to everyone. No private healthcare. This is what I mean when I say capitalism means private property ownership. They are against the privatization of anything. So just listen to that part.
And so in her vision, the democratizing of healthcare also has to do with the fight against a privatized healthcare system that the capitalists use to make profit off of, that trans people are not and should not be a source of profit. rather that we should have control over our own healthcare, both the workers who work in healthcare, who were hyper exploited there, trans folks and other folks who are oppressed by the really terrible healthcare system. In Brazil, it's very common, for example, for people who don't have access to gender affirming care in healthcare to, buy like black market silicone and things like that that are very, very dangerous. So yeah.
Okay.
I had an answer to that one, if that's right. Yeah. So I think it's a very interesting question, the democratization of healthcare. And this is exactly something which is becoming challenged increasingly in trans healthcare, is exactly this point of trans people and trans communities often wielding considerably more expertise even than many of the doctors who are serving them or are supposed to be servicing them. And there's various reasons for why that is, and a lot of it is to do with stigmatization and endocrinologists or gum specialists, urinary specialists, kind of focusing on various populations, and trans people kind of coming at the bottom of that pile. But reasons both to do with stigmatization and specialization. So the result of it is basically that there are a large number of trans people who are increasingly despairing of conventional medical channels for receiving their treatment. I would say that this seems to be particularly intense in Britain, and this is one of the reasons.
Jules Joanne Gleason is so someone who people often get Jules Joanne Gleason confused with is a woman named Jules Gill Peterson. Jules Gill Peterson is also a queer Marxist, is also in this whole circle. Jules Gill Peterson is a professor at Johns Hopkins University, and Jules Gill Peterson advocates for self-administered hormones for trans people, because her argument is that trans people know better what hormones they need than doctors. And she's actually lectured about this at like universities. I have clips of it on the Substack. And so that's what Jules Joanne Gleason is saying when she's saying that like oftentimes trans people know more about trans care than doctors do. She's advocating again for like this self-administration of hormones.
I left the country several years ago because especially countries with clinic-based systems, which is true of Ireland, Britain, Germany, and various other countries. In contrast to most of the United States, they generally do have this approach where, just as Virginia was saying, there's this need to demonstrate that you have an authentic mental illness prior to receiving any kind of treatment or intervention. And the reality is that many people are kind of not prepared to wait that long. So, the waiting times are like extending into the years at this point in Britain. And they were kind of in this dire state even before COVID. So you can imagine the meltdown that's happened since then. So this is one of the interesting challenges and one of the interesting conflicts, which is increasingly arising for trans people, and which is being confronted in various different ways. I suppose I have a lot more to say on that, but I've actually published this lengthy essay, which is not in the book. But
trans women are usually exempt from the no makeup rule. I mean, no makeup rule isn't really a rule, but like that's a trans woman, so of course they're going to be wearing makeup.
It's an essay I co-wrote with J.N. Ho, who's one of the contributors to it, just called Gender Identity Communism. And if you want like an extensive look at Britain and also the occupied territories in Ireland and what the clinic system looks like in those places, then it's something maybe to check out. But I find this interesting. I find this question of like the division of labor, which is tied up with this, and the question of amateurism. And I think Helen Hester has this notion of queer amateurism in her book Xenofeminism. But this is something which I hope gets developed like in subsequent conversations. In the book, I think Nathaniel Dixon's piece sort of deals with the experience of sort of being clinicalized and like the impact that has on the self-perception and stuff. So there's stuff on that in this book, and I hope that we can kind of direct ourselves to some more thoroughgoing and less reformist kind of conversations around this point.
Yeah, I mean, just to riff on what Jules was saying, I'm thinking of C.L.R. James's aphorism from the Black Jacobins, where he says, "Revolutions are not made in Parliament; they're only registered there." And I think when it comes to trans healthcare, the clinics are last. They are last to instantiate any sort of revolution in healthcare that is ongoing at the moment. If you want to look at the future of trans healthcare, you have to look to the deliberate, conscious practice of trans communities who are finding ways to bypass or engage with the system. If we look at the records of clinical practice with transgender people and intersex people, you just have this grim history of bureaucratic violence, stigmatization, indifference, medical neglect, hatred, and socially validated sadism. As Virginia was saying, medical knowledge about trans people has largely always proceeded under the assumption of transgender desires as a social pathology to be corrected. And this is often contrasted sharply with the self-understandings arising from trans-feminine and trans-masculine communities themselves. So it was sexologists and psychiatrists who first stumbled towards the idea that transgender people see themselves as being born in the wrong body, and then their job was to transform men into women through surgery and hormones, whereas it was the wily transgender patients, keenly aware of what was expected of them if they were to access healthcare at all, who parroted these ideas back to them, to the self-same medical authorities. So what's interesting here is that this framing is a recuperation of the universality of the system, the subject of the identity of anatomical configuration and gender destiny, even as it admits exceptions to it. So this is not an innocent move, and it's historical and it's cultural ubiquity. And understanding transgender experiences often masks its actual historical novelty. There's a sense here that transgender identifications are always contingent, awaiting formal validation, whereas cisgender ones are on a more ontologically sure and stable footing. So this is a real dispute about reproductive knowledge, the body, and its social signification, but it's also one with enormous material consequences. Doctors can deny you a prescription with ameliorative therapies or affirmative surgeries based on personal prejudice. Insurance companies can do the same. So at the center of this has been the pathologizing assumptions about trans people's healthcare needs, their wants, their desires. And to go back to the transliberalism point, there's a certain liberal argument that leans on the authority of medical science, of sexology, psychoanalysis, and psychiatry to make its claim that trans people are deserving of certain rights and social esteem, an authority that religious reactionaries are blithely dismissing and that sort of thing. And this can make a certain amount of tactical sense in some contexts, but it also sidesteps the thornier issue here of class, power, and authority, and those institutions' role in suffocating trans flourishing at every turn. And I think this is something that is just invisibilized from the conversation. I think if you want a better future of trans care, you need to look to what trans communities are doing right now and how they're making their lives better with or without the formal validation of certain authorities who would, wish we'd die in a ditch.
They are. Jules,
yeah, that's exactly right.
There was a brief moment that Jules Joanne Gleason actually followed me on Twitter, and she doesn't go by her name, but like you can find her if you like just look for it. And I like DM'd her. I was like, "Why are you following me?" And then she unfollowed me.
It's like if I want to despair about the future of trans people, I read accounts from the clinics, and if I want to feel some hope, I look at what online spaces or in-person groups like Queer Care, which I was involved in. And when you look at the work and the innovation which those transgender circles and also intersex circles have been performing, it's really, it's really liberatory, and it's already something in motion. So that's, for anyone considering this stuff, that's definitely what I recommend. Don't go to the doctor first.
Cool. I'm aware of the time, so unfortunately we're not going to have time for all of our audience questions. So I'm going to ask one more, and I'm actually going to roll two of our questions together. So there's one from Jessica.
Tom says, "Good evening, Carlin. Good evening, Tom. What do you think causes much of the transgender growth in the West? K through 12 public schools. It's public schools. It's entirely the public schools. Public schools are not fixable. The public schools are not reformable. Until K through 12 public education is completely abolished, completely defunded, until every single parent with school-age children pulls their kids out of K through 12 public schools and starts homeschooling them, or works with other parents in their community to do homeschool pods, or otherwise privatizing education, this problem's not going to get solved, because it is entirely growing out of the K through 12 public schools. And school choice is not going to fix that problem. There is no way to reform it. There's no way to fix it. The problem is too big. And so you need to burn down the system and start again.
Walsh, who asks, do the editors place the roots of transgender oppression in what Engels identified in The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, and in the rise of the nuclear family in bourgeois society? And I think relating to that, Nikki Turner asks, how do we consider the body and its conditions in a way that doesn't collapse transgender identity into a universal experience? So I think those two things can plug into each other. But yeah, I'm going to throw that open to the panel.
Look, it's the Queen. It's the Queen right there, right in front of us right now. You're never going to be able to see it, but it is the Queen. I mean, seriously, though.
So when it comes to the Engels question, I mean, we do have a big focus on the role of the family. We do not use Engels. We draw on a more contemporary theorist, Angela Metropolis, who writes about her idea of oikonomia, and she's written extensively on this. And she is immensely fruitful as a thinker, and I've been deeply influenced by her. So she theorizes oikonomia as this nexus of race, gender, class, and sexuality constituted through the premise of a properly productive household. So material economies implicate sexual economies because theories of sexual reproduction and intergenerational inheritance are also theories of property ownership, wealth, and entitlement. So oikonomia here is operating as a critique of economic discourse that limits its understanding of capitalist reality, including Marxist attempts that hypothesize capitalist production at the point of production, the locus of the wage, and the point of exchange. So under this lens, we can kind of appreciate that gender, race, sexuality, and class are not disparate, neatly separable categories. They are not analyses to pull apart theoretically and then perhaps reassemble. They are different means of talking about the same social object. Alternate perspectives on the same question, property, exploitation, social order, and their illegitimate or legitimate reproduction and conveyance from one generation to the next. And I think this analysis of oikonomia is immensely fruitful in allowing us to deconstruct how the household, property law, and marriage, and so forth, in preventing this catastrophic disaccumulation through time and space, play an essential role in maintaining the reproduction of capitalism, and why those step outside of it are of their purview, are forced out, or face immense social sanction for doing so. So this is readily apparent in the animus directed towards outcasts and deviants. We see this in far-right propaganda directed at trans women, essentially disgusted that anyone would transgress the supposedly fixed boundaries of biological designation of sex, and demonizing certain trans women in particular for failing to live up to an idealized performance of femininity, while at the same time trying to guarantee changes in the law that make transition as legally adverse and difficult as possible. Men are men, women are women, and there you shall remain. So impositions of gendered and racial discrimination are also claims about where the acceptable thresholds of exploitation ought to lie, and on what terms, whether your labour is waged or unwaged, whether it is compensated well or poorly. Even the type of work you do or do not is contingent on your ability to embody a socially plausible form of femininity or masculinity within boundaries set by what your society understands your racial background to be. So these political anxieties about the breakdown of these thresholds of exploitation, that they are increasingly difficult to verify or are being directly challenged or are not being forced hard enough, is of particular concern to far-right politics. Social distinctions for capital are not just greeted indifferently, but they never have been. Instead, they are integrated into churning more of accumulation, serving at once as a material force, and the household is no exception.
Yeah, this work by Angela Metropolis, which a lot of it's online that's available on her blog, actually. So I definitely recommend people check that out. But the reason I found this so compelling and have found it increasingly helpful is that, as I said, like I got into trans theorizing mostly as a social reproduction theorist, but this this focus she has on like the household, on the oikos or ekos, and it's like the way that it's integrated with capitalist production is something which I found enormously helpful. And what else do they have to say about this? Oh yeah, I guess that is, as Al says, that's kind of mostly what our introduction is using, although obviously there are lots of different backgrounds and familiarity with Engels and other First International stuff throughout the collection. I guess I would like to hear this body's question again, because I don't think I quite caught what it was trying to hook out. Could you maybe repeat it?
Yes. How do we consider the body and its conditions in a way that doesn't collapse transgender identity into a universal experience?
The body and its conditions. Yeah, that's a great formulation. I think the body, or like bodily, like, yeah, existential readings of the body used to be like my main concern. Like this was my kind of like the history of embodiment, I guess, used to be what I was.
The reason there's not a simple answer to this is because what these people believe is that trans is not about the body at all. So they're having to because again, like when they called it transgender Marxism, they really meant queer Marxism. And so queer Marxism is just it's just a political ideology. They are using the body to signify adherence to a political. Okay, I didn't read the whole book, Transgender Marxism, but I did read the introduction. And in the introduction, it literally says they are using the body to signify adherence to the ideology. So that's why she's having trouble answering that. Why do they present as female if they're against the binary? This person doesn't use she, her pronouns. This person uses they, them pronouns. So they may be presenting as female, but they don't consider themselves to be female. They consider themselves to be non-binary.
Primarily focused on. I'm not sure when that changed, but yeah, this is a very interesting question. I think in terms of like universalization of trans experience, I'm guessing this is saying like taking certain people's accounts and then making it like uniformly true for like all trans people, right? And this is and this is, I guess this is kind of like, this is sort of like a risk which we run into when people are having to write about their own experiences and having to provide an account of themselves, which is like both sort of like.
Hang on. I feel like I was a little dismissive of Scott. I don't want to be dismissive of like a first-time person asking a question, especially a long-time viewer. So I apologize. It's been a long night. Okay, I've been doing this for almost 4 hours. These people believe that gender is performative. So she might wake up like Jules Joanne Gleason might wake up today and feel like presenting as a female. Jules Joanne Gleason might wake up tomorrow and feel like, presenting more masculinely. But the core of what you need to believe, that you need to understand about these specific people, is that they do not, just because this person is like transitioned does not mean they consider themselves to be trans in the way that you're thinking of it. Their fundamental goal is to abolish the gender binary. Some days gender is performative, gender is fluid, so some days they might gravitate to one side of the binary, some days they may gravitate to others, some days they might be in the middle, some days they may be out in la-la land. It really just depends. But ultimately, they don't usually identify with she, her, or he, him pronouns. They almost always have they, them pronouns.
Representative and like appealing to like a wider audience, or like at least intelligible for a wider audience. And yeah, the more I read from trans people, the more, this really doesn't, there's kind of never any hope of a universal experience. And like, and class divisions are like a huge part of that as well. There's been a lot of interesting work by recent Marx scholars about the way he treats the process of the body as it engages in labor. And in our collection, I think Zoe Belinsky's piece on disability is kind of like really honing in on that, like the bodily capacities and the way that those tie in with the labor involved in basically saying like, oh, I can do this. You know what I mean? So this is probably the most relevant essay for that question. But I think more generally, it would be really nice to be free of like this need to kind of speak for everyone. You know what I mean? It'd be really great if we could just talk about the actual way our weird lives had unfolded without having to kind of look over our shoulder and like worry about being accused of like reinforcing oppressive narratives or performing erasure of other people or whatever else. So like hopefully Marxism is part of the way till we get that. I don't think it's the only thing we need. But that's what I've got to say on bodies and universalism. If Virginia, I'm not sure if you could follow Virginia, but if you have anything else to say, that's fine.
Okay, well, I mean, that seems to me like a nice place to conclude, actually. So I think
Yes, let's conclude. We've been going for too long. Jeremiah, you're going down the Gnosticism route. Don't do that. It's not the same thing, bro. They do not believe the same thing. I know why you're going down that route, but I'm going to caution you against that. I mean, you can go down it if you want, but you're going to find that it's not what they're doing. Anyway, let's conclude. 4 hours on the nose. Congratulations, guys. You made it through an epic edition of Socialism Saturday. I really do appreciate everyone who made it through the end. As a reminder, I do take Sundays off because, some days I need a day off too, but that doesn't mean we won't be doing something. And tomorrow in the supporter Discord at 8 p.m. Eastern time, we are going to be watching the classic, the iconic Invasion of the Body Snatchers, which is not only just a really great movie that if you've never seen this movie, you still know this screenshot because this screenshot is everywhere, but you need to see this movie. It is an awesome movie. It is an entertaining movie. It is a classic, and it is also hyper relevant to the world we live in today. If you've ever had all the people around you go crazy at one time and then try to denounce you as a racist and demand you take anti-racist training, I felt like I lived Invasion of the Body Snatchers in like 2019 into 2020, and so I'm sure many of you have had that experience as well. So come and join me tomorrow night, 8 p.m. in the supporter Discord, and we will do that. How do you get access to the supporter Discord, you ask? I'm glad you did. Head over to my Substack, sign up for a membership, $8 a month, $80 a year. Tomorrow, I will be sending out an email on the Substack that looks a little bit like this. It won't be this email, it'll be tomorrow's email. But in tomorrow's email, you are going to be able to find a link to the supporter Discord. You are going to be able to find the links to the 2 Zoom calls that we do every single week. You're going to be able to find all the other supporter perks as well. What you do when you get the newsletter is you read the newsletter. You can read the newsletter. It's cool. But I want you to scroll all the way down to the bottom, and underneath this red box, for subscribers only, is where you find those perks. I will also be posting the link to Locals if you are a supporter on Locals. And if you're a supporter on another platform and want the link, just like hit me up on DMs or something. I'll give it to you. It's not a big deal. But I do generally keep the links to the Substack subscribers and to Locals because it is a GD pain in the ass to post it everywhere. And that's just because I want you supporting me there. Okay? I want you supporting me on there. So head over to the Substack. Again, that's carlin.substack.com. I am 100% completely funded by you. And as a reminder, we now have confirmation because James Lindsay is so brazen and has such hubris that he's doing it right out in the open. He is demanding that people retract credit and links for my work because James Lindsay is afraid of you guys watching things like Socialism Saturday. He doesn't want you to see any of this because the minute that you start watching Socialism Saturday is the minute that you find out that James Lindsay is full of shit and doesn't know what he's talking about. And I show you the real deal, and you never have to trust me. You never have to take my word for it. It doesn't even matter if I'm really a narcissist or not, like James Lindsay claims I am, because literally all I do is show you the video and I let you decide for yourself. And so because James Lindsay is trying to cock block me at every single turn, it is really important that everyone who appreciates my work, if you have the ability to financially support it, you do, because if people don't financially support my work, then James Lindsay will have nothing to steal. All right, guys, that's all for tonight. I appreciate all of you. I'm going to see some of you tomorrow for movie night. Take care. Have a good one. We'll see you soon. Bye.